You gotta keep your heart exposed, and you can be sure there's no cause and no cure. And when it wants you, all it'll come and find you. Yeah. One thing I know about love, you never know when it's coming, but you sure know it when it does. Yeah. One thing I know about love, you might get what you ask for, so you better be sure.
Conservatives have a big reputation, and you can join the movement by starting a chapter or donating today. Take your phone out and text Alex, that's me, to 71776. That's Alex to 71776. Our end game is to save America. Are you ready for it?
I keep to myself. I feel like I'm falling, in and out of consciousness. Yeah. Now we starting to talk, let's killing all the progress. Really hard to process, you treat me like an object. Baby, we toxic, can we stay on topic? I feel like we lost it, feel like we lost it. Take my love, don't waste it. Even though I don't mind waiting. Late test, my mind racing. What else I have to do, girl, to praise me? Want you, I only want you, yeah. I only want you, I only want you to pull me closer. Pull me closer. Pull me closer. Love's in the air, but I'm not breathing. Broken heart need repair, and you're the reason. On a hospital bed, the pain not leaving. You been arrows to the chest, I can't stop bleeding. If you gon' leave, gon' leave just like everybody else. If you don't like my company, then I'll do life by myself. Girl, your love like a drug, it ain't good for my health. Even though it's killing me, girl, I love you to death. Take my love, don't waste it. Even though I don't mind waiting. Late test, my mind racing. What else I have to do, girl, to praise me? Want you, I only want you, yeah. I only want you, I only want you. Pull me closer. Pull me closer. Pull me closer.
Hey, it's TPUSA contributor John Root. We are so excited to be with y'all at YWLS as we continue fighting the culture war. Now is the time to get off the couch and stand for what's right. If you want to help us win, consider donating by texting DONATE to 71776. Again, that's DONATE to 71776. We appreciate your support.
Cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it small. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the time we gon' take it far.
Always be real, we don't fake it all.
Tired of 9 to 5. Just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams. Do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these boxes they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me. Shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow on me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be. And I do not care if you notice me.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away.
DNA, it is our birthright as Americans. Screw these authoritarian tyrants. Let's make better heroes. Mom energy in the front row. The future is female. She says, hello, Mom. What's going on? The future is female. The future is not Leah Thomas. Sorry, buddy. Look at this. This is incredible. What is this? The haunted mansion of Alex Clark's dreams? Look at this runway. Did you all see Alex Clark's reel where she showed you what you should wear? I felt discriminated against because I tried on all those outfits. Didn't work. Leah Thomas probably could pull it off, though. I was delayed, and I am sorry. I blame Joe Biden. I blame Dr. Fauci. Too many masks. But I'm here. 7 hours in the airport, 7 more hours in the next airport. And I realized something as I was standing in the airport. I was in Florida, right? So there's not a mask in sight. And I sit down and I look next to me on the plane. I finally get on a flight. It took me 2 days to get here. I'm very sorry. Hurricanes, whatever. Global warming, what would they say? Isn't it amazing all the people who love global warming all have beachfront properties, right? Obama has a beachfront property. Leo has a beachfront property. John Kerry has a beachfront property. I don't have a beachfront property. That's strange. You'd think they'd all be in the mountains if they have to believe that crap. I sit there, and there's like someone wearing a mask next to me on the flight still. And I'm like, wow, you still exist. I'm so glad I'm going to YWLS this weekend to be with my people and not those people. And it's Saturday morning, and no man, woman, or child, president, or Dr. Fauci could stop me from giving this speech today to you, and I'm so happy to be here. It is Saturday morning, it is not Sunday morning, but I feel like we should preach anyway, yes? Should we get into the good word? We have a brand new presentation for you. The greatest job any man can have in this earth is to be a father. And I am so happy. Over the last 2 years, I became a father, and it's like I completed my life. Like my life is now complete. The fullness of my heart and the fullness of... I was telling Charlie Kirk backstage, I'm like, Charlie, you're married? You're swole? You look huge, dude. I don't know what you've been doing. Been working out with MAGA Hulk. Even Donald Trump looks like really like fit. Everyone's getting fit. It's amazing. We're taking this time to gear up for the coming fights. Charlie, baby, you got to get a kid. That's the final thing, baby. That's the final. Then it changes everything. Because when you have a kid, you come home. And this is waiting for you. Not only that, if you have a kid, you can teach them your values. Yes! What do we do with masks? We throw them on the ground. She was 1 year old in that video, and she's still smarter than Dr. Fauci.
Every morning while we're making breakfast, the coffee's going right now, heating up the pan, we play Tucker Carlson's night before episode, and this is the response that my daughter gives.
Take that, libs. My 1-year-old's watching Tucker. And every morning, the weekends are the worst because she's like, there's no Tucker. Oh. So just like having that sweet bite of ice cream or a slice of pizza, man, you can't just stop at one. You can't just have one bite. You gotta keep going. You gotta keep having babies. I say this to all you out there, more Americans, more babies. Let's go. Greatest country in the world, let's have more Americans. And now my mornings look like this. We're probably gonna need the volume up on this one.
Oh, your eyes? Yeah. What else does she have? What are those?
This is baby Juliet.
What is high five? What
That's
is it?
Eloise trying to high five her.
Her nose.
I can't kiss it there.
You kissed her right there. Yeah, you did nice.
Just her hair.
You kissed her hair. You're so sweet. What are these? Those are fingers? Wow, look at you jumping this morning. Wow. Hey, are you so fast? Ready, set, go. Amazing. You are amazing. No way. How are you so fast?
Ladies, I'm a happy man. I am a fulfilled man. I am a happy father. And it is because I have a family. And it is because I am making choices in my life to be happy. And you too can make those choices. And you, much like my daughter someday, I would like to give some advice to this morning. I have some very simple advice that I would like to give my daughters someday. Eloise can say like a few words. One of them is Tucker. So I can't exactly give her that advice right now, but I'd like for my daughters to be able to look back and see this presentation and know that even now I was thinking of them. And even now as a father, I was thinking, how can they live a happy life? And so I would like to give you some advice, since I think most of you can talk and think. And if you couldn't, then you wouldn't be here. You'd be at a Planned Parenthood rally or something. And I think it's very important if you're trying to figure out what you want to be, to figure out what you don't want to be, right? At first, like this is the maxim. You have to figure out what I don't want before figuring out what you want. And so it does seem as though there is no shortage of extremely angry liberal women these days out on the streets. They're really mad. I think they've been madder and more unhappy than ever. And so I'd like to start with a thought experiment for liberal women by asking them, why are they so unhappy? Lib, why are you so sad? Lib, are you happy?
Donald J. Trump,
Lib, are you happy?
President of the United States.
Are you happy? Oh. Lib, are you sure? Come on, just be happy for once, please.
For the first time.
All right, fine. Okay, so why aren't you happy, Lib? Tell me.
I'm sitting in my car crying right now over the loss of more lives, and this is what is about to drive past me. Oh, God, I'm like shook right now. Oh, there's another one coming. There's a parade of them. I'm shaking. What is...
Okay, we're getting somewhere. So the trucks with the support police flags, that makes you unhappy. Maybe, Lib, you should just calm down. How about we try this? Let's try an experiment where you just take a deep breath and you calm down, and maybe we start reorganizing your life in a healthier way. Whoops.
I'm sitting... I'm terrified. Listen to me, Republicans, listen. You are the people in history they warned us about. They warned us about people like you. Pay attention. We're losing our democracy. Wake up. Wake up.
So I know that Disney's gone woke, but they don't have to put their famous characters in TikToks, okay? Like, seriously, leave Ursula out of this. Can we just keep our childhoods? Can you not touch The Little Mermaid? And seriously, if they're this angry, what's going to happen when we overturn Roe v. Wade? First step to my daughters. Don't be a lib. How about that? How about this? Don't be a lib. That's the first step to happiness. Here we go. Second step to happiness. Let's understand who you are. God created you and wants you to be happy. That is the core of everything. God created you. You have a Savior in Jesus Christ, and He wants you to be happy. God created you. And you don't have to take my word for it. The Scripture says, I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a future and hope. The Bible says, I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Every one of you is wonderfully made. Every one of you. And don't let them lie to you. And that's the third thing I want to teach my daughters. You're beautiful. There's an entire industry, trillion-dollar industry out there to try and lie to you and tell you you're not beautiful, and try and tell you that you're not good enough, and you don't need these people's approval. I want to show you something that I filmed in my neighborhood in Florida. This is what Florida looks like under Ron DeSantis' rule. That's a weekend at Hunter Biden's house. Actually, no. This is just the raw majesty of God's creation. The raw, stunning beauty of the creation of our God and our Lord. This is natural beauty in its natural essence. And here's what I'm going to tell my daughter someday. That God says He made you in His image. He didn't make nature in His image, yet nature is so stunningly gorgeous. And so how much more beautiful are you? If God made nature this beautiful and perfect, then you are beautiful and perfect. I'm telling you, I'm on social media every single day. There are so many people. In fact, there's no one out there that is set to build you up. The entire world is set to tell you and lie to you about being empowered. It's not empowering to degrade yourself. It's not. It's not empowering to, like, I don't know, the #1 hit song last year was WAP, right? That's not empowering for women. That's degrading. It's your femininity is empowering. Your core being and knowing that you are a beautiful, valuable person and created by God, that's what's empowering. There is a poison that is being fed to the women of this country, telling them that they're not good enough. And I'm here to dispel that lie. You are good enough because a Creator created you, and you have value. Every life has value. Fourth thing, become a woman of high value. Let me ask you, who in this room is unmarried? Oh my, okay, all right. Well, Kyle Rittenhouse is backstage, so. Would you like to marry a man of high value? Would you like to marry a man of high spiritual value? Would you like to marry a man of high physical value? Well, too bad, Charlie Kirk's already taken. Would you like to marry a man of high moral value? Then I beg of you, I'm telling this to you and to my daughters, be a woman of high value. Like attracts like, all right? Men, there are good men out there, lots of them. Trust me, I speak to them day and night. I do a lot of memes, I talk to a lot of young dudes, and they always ask the question, man, how do I find like a good woman? I promise you they're out there. And if you yourself desire to be a woman of high value, if you are a woman of high value, you will attract a man of high value. Have you ever seen like these people in these toxic relationships? How like they're both just kind of toxic? Like Kim Kardashian and like the Pete Davidson. She was waiting. Pete Davidson. Kim, what are you doing? Toxic people like attract each other, right? And then they like that toxicity, and it always ends disastrously. But high value people also attract each other in the same way, and it ends beautifully. And it often ends in like happy marriages and happy lives. I know it seems old-fashioned, I know it does, but I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this is what most conservative marriage proposals go like. I had to work a meme in there. It's not just me saying it, even though I've lived this in my life. A lot of data shows this, an incredible amount of data actually. The Atlantic hates conservatives, and they hate conservative values, but the Atlantic says that conservatives find life more meaningful. Why? Because conservatives do the kind of things that lead to happiness, like getting married, having children, going to church, and building social connections that make us happy. The Atlantic is like writing this through gritted teeth. Pew Research Center has an incredible study out from a few years ago saying that conservatives are always, over the course of all the way back to 1972, happier than Democrats. Every year polled, conservatives are happier than Democrats, going back nearly 50 years. Now, why is that? This very long, extensive study found that it's because conservatives have more health, they love their jobs, they have more friends, they're more religious, they're more likely to get married, they're more likely to have children, they're more likely to be satisfied, they're more likely to go to YWLS, Turning Point USA. So the data's there. It's not just my life that proves this, but I will tell you this, and it's not just your parents, and it's not just me saying it. The data proves it. But ladies and gentlemen, without the family unit, this nation is truly done for. Strong families make strong nations. Do you think having a family makes you better than me? Yes. Check this out. Last piece of like super data that I'll throw in here. Factors that increase the odds of happiness. Health, way up there. There's a shout out to Nurse Kate. Health. Church attendance, married, party ID is on there. Education, race, ethnicity, gender. No discernible effect on how happy you are. What is the left utterly obsessed with every day and every hour of every day? Those things. Education, race, ethnicity, gender. How about priorities of party? What makes people the happiest? The dark green bars are conservatives. So this is what makes Republicans and conservatives the happiest. Being married, having children, living a religious life. Those are the indicators of happiness for you, according to this poll and according to an extensive study. So embrace those things. Your grandmother and your great-grandmother were right. That's what I have to say. Your life is your responsibility. Do not let the government step in and screw with your life. Do not allow somebody else to take control of your life or your decisions for you. It is up to you. And finally, my final advice for my kids. God created you for this moment. One of the most important things I can tell you, we get DMs a lot, my wife and I, and it's like, my wife especially, and she talks to a lot of young women, and the biggest DM is like, how could you imagine having kids in a time like this? Oh, wow, it's so scary out there. It's so scary out there. Damn it, it's always been scary. There's always been a world war or the threat of an atomic war or a civil war. Strong families and strong women giving their children strong values is the way we survive. Don't be scared about it. God says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. So be bold, be strong, know that you were created by God, that your life has value, and that God made you perfect and beautiful, and also that there are factors that you can choose in your life, like marriage and happiness and starting a family. I know it's not for everyone, but the data shows that it does provide happiness. I know Mom down here in the first row is like, yeah, she's sitting there with her coffee. Yes. What's up? Oh, heart. Now, the best part about this is I can prove it. I can prove all of these theories to be correct. I can show you empirically that if you follow these pieces of advice, and I've only been a father for 2 years, but I've been thinking about this for a while, that you will end up a total badass. I can promise you. Kayleigh McEnany answering a question on coronavirus. Let's go.
Does the Washington Post want to take back that they told Americans to get a grip, the flu is bigger than the coronavirus? Does the Washington Post likewise want to take back that our brains are causing us to exaggerate the threat of the coronavirus? Does the New York Times want to take back that fear of the virus may be spreading faster than the virus itself? Does NPR want to take back that the flu was a much bigger threat than the coronavirus? And finally, once again, the Washington Post, would they like to take back that the government should not respond aggressively to the coronavirus? I'll leave you with those questions, and maybe you'll have some answers in a few days. Yep. Thank you very much.
Boom. Audio was a little off on that one. Okay, there you go. Kayleigh, stunning. All right, so let's see what happens if you don't follow this advice and you're asked a question on coronavirus.
Be used at vaccination centers when they get stood up across the country. Does the White House support that request?
I did ask our team about this. You or someone else may have asked about this the other day, and I think I have something on it here. One moment.
Circle back, circle back, circle
Thanks
back.
for your patience. Lots to say about
30
COVID.
seconds.
No doubt about it. Let's see. Let me talk to our team about it.
Boo! Boo! Bad. That's what Kayleigh McEnany's briefing binder looked like. That's what Jen Psaki's briefing binder looked like. Somebody who needed to go to a couple extra briefings.
You look at these figures and we say, oh, unemployment is low, everything is fine, right? Well, unemployment is low because everyone has 2 jobs. Unemployment is low because people are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week and can barely feed their kids. And so I do think that right now, when we have this no-holds-barred, Wild West hyper-capitalism, what that means is profit at any cost. Capitalism has not always existed in the world, and it will not always exist in the world.
Boo! Wow. I'm very glad we're having this event in Texas. Are there any Texans in the audience? Do you like your Wild West no-holds-barred capitalism down here? Do you like being maskless down here? Oh, I love Texas. Sorry, AOC. No communism down here. So what's the equivalent? So this is what the left sends to Congress. What do you send to Congress as a young conservative woman?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democrat policies are so pathetic and have done so poorly that the left has nothing else to do but troll the internet looking for ways to get offended and then try to target members and strip them of their committees. This is a dumb waste of the House's time. But since the Speaker has designated the floor to discuss members' inappropriate actions, shall we? The Jihad Squad member from Minnesota has paid her husband, and not her brother husband, the other one, over $1 million in campaign funds. This member is allowed on the Foreign Affairs Committee while praising terrorists. A Democrat chairwoman incited further violence in the streets outside of a courthouse. And then the cherry on top. My colleague and 3-month presidential candidate from California, who is on the Intelligence Committee, slept with Fang Fang, a Chinese spy. Let me say that again. A member of Congress who receives classified briefings was sleeping with the enemy. This is unacceptable, and this would never be...
Time's expired. Gentleman from Florida.
Who loves Lauren Boebert? In 2 days' time, I am traveling to Rifle, Colorado, Lauren Boebert's hometown, where Lauren Boebert has a restaurant called Shooters. That is the #1 place that no armed criminal would ever dare go, because Lauren Boebert demanded that every waitress at her restaurant open carry and take target practice. True story. Coming soon. Coming soon. We're going to do a full documentary on it. It's going to be awesome. That's how you stop a bad person, a good person with a gun. Lauren Boebert, amazing. So, we are in Texas. Any Spanish speakers? Who's a Spanish speaker? Yeah? Okay, can you translate this for me?
So say it with me. Si se puede. The future is ours. Thank you.
Can you help me, Spanish? It doesn't mean anything? It doesn't mean... Maybe she should spend more time at the border? Maybe? Okay. I mean, I thought it was inspirational. We made a poster out of it. It didn't stop her, by the way. This didn't stop her from going and speaking Spanish again.
On behalf of my husband and the people of the United States, buenas tardes.
No, she said, no, 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 no. No, no, no. That is not how you represent America in a foreign country, if you're First Lady. That's the best they have to offer. But that's not how you represent America in a foreign country if you are the First Lady of the United States. This is how you represent America in a foreign country if you are the President of the United States. This is how you represent America in a foreign country if you are the First Lady of the United States. That is how you do it. Hey, Jill, take a lesson. Here is the master class. That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. That's how you represent America. And just a special treat, the artist who took this beautiful photograph is here with us, Andrea Hanks, right there. Andrea, come on. Do you want to hear a quick story about the First Lady? Andrea is Melania Trump's private photographer. Tell us a quick story about our sweet Melania.
I have many. Let me think. Okay, I've got a quick one. So I was taking a staycation, because you really can't take a whole lot of vacations at the White House. So we were going to do this local thing, my family and I, and the First Lady had an event that popped up, and her staff called and said, could you come in for this event? I mean, I know that you're on vacation, but you don't have to. I was like, no, I'd love to come in. So pretty soon I get a call, and they say, hey, what's your family's social security numbers? I'm like, what's going on? The First Lady would like to invite your family to attend the event that you're photographing at the Kennedy Center. And my family got to ride in the motorcade. And then after, she surprised them and met with them and took photos with them in the presidential suite at the Kennedy Center.
They're beautiful people.
That is our First Lady.
They're beautiful people, and Andrea is a gift to our movement. Look at her beautiful work here. Amazing.
Let me get a photo of you. Let's do a photo with Benny and all of you. Let's do this.
Okay.
Come on.
What?
Get down here.
Here? All right.
And ladies, let's look excited to be here with Benny.
Lauren, this doesn't count against my time.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Am I supposed to kneel?
However you
No, we don't kneel. All right. Yeah.
Vogue said I photoshopped that photo. I did not.
No Photoshop. No Photoshop. Melania Trump was asked about her fashion once on ABC News. Here's what she had to say.
All because of that now infamous jacket.
Why did you wear it?
I wore the jacket to go on the plane and off the plane, and it was for the people and for the left-wing media who are criticizing me, and I want to show them that I don't care. You could criticize whatever you want to say, but it will not stop me to do what I feel is right.
You want to know what it looks like to be centered on God, to be centered in who you are? I don't care. I don't care. The left-wing media criticizing me, I don't care. That's what it looks like to be confident and centered and to be proud of who you are, to be a mother, and we love Melania. Now, who is the left-wing media? Who are the people criticizing her?
Dr. Jill becomes a Surgeon General. His wife. Joe Biden's wife, because she, you know, he would never do it, but she's a hell of a doctor. She's an amazing doctor.
I thought she was a doctor and
PhD.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. I thought she was.
Yeah, I think she's a teacher, but you know,
Oh, okay, got it. Jill Biden should be Surgeon General. Jill Biden's a teacher. She's like that kind of doctor, not the other Dr. Whoopi. That's okay. Don't let it stop you. It doesn't stop Nancy Pelosi from saying things like this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm with CNS News. The Supreme Court this fall will review a Mississippi law that bans most abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Is an unborn baby at 15 weeks a human being?
Let me just say that I'm a big supporter of Roe v. Wade. I'm a mother of 5 children in 6 years. I think I have some standing on this issue as to respecting a woman's right to choose.
Is it a human being?
Yes.
Speaker Pelosi.
Let me help you out, Nancy. First off, Nancy Pelosi is banned from taking communion in now 4 Catholic dioceses. Any Catholics out there? Good. And here's a very helpful chart for you, Nancy. That's your body, that's someone else's body. Case closed. In America, we have a constitutional right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and first among them is life. Abortion takes a human life, and abortion is therefore unconstitutional because it robs a human being and an American of life. The end. So if you're a conservative woman, who do you send to Congress to defend our opinions on abortion? That's who they send, Nancy Pelosi. Who do we send? Well, how about just like a regular mom who's a pro-life mom? And it's a pro-life mom versus a very powerful Democrat, what I'm about to show you in a hearing about abortion. Pro-life mom versus extremely powerful Democrat. Here's how it went.
Is candidly and openly calling for a nationwide ban on all abortions with no exceptions for rape or incest. And if I've got that wrong, I would invite Ms. Foster to correct me. Do I have it wrong, yes or no?
If we added rape and incest exceptions, would you vote for it?
Okay, I reclaim my time, of course.
Charlie, this is not an endorsement of marijuana, I promise. Charlie, this is not please don't fire me, Charlie Kirk. That's how powerful a just regular conservative American mom from the heartland is. Destroying the best libs have to offer, wrecking them. Guy's name's Jamie Raskin. He sucks. Okay, so that's who we send to defend women's rights on Capitol Hill. Who does the left send to defend women on Capitol Hill?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
Any biologists in the room? Raise your hand if you know what a woman is. Raise your hand if you've seen Matt Walsh's recent documentary. Pretty amazing. Adult human female. That's what a woman is. I should be on the Supreme Court. Who would love to see that? Who would love to see her on the Supreme Court?
Homicidal maniac than to actually address that the things that I said today that are actually harming Black America. Number one, father absence. Number two, the education system and the illiteracy rate. Illegal immigration ranks high, abortion ranks high, white supremacy and white nationalism, if I had to make a list again of 100 things, would not be on it. This hearing, in my opinion, is a farce, and it is ironic that you're sitting here and you're having 3 Caucasian people testify and tell you what their expertise are. Do I know what my expertise are? Black in America. I've been Black in America my whole life, all 30 years, and I can tell you that you guys have done the exact same thing every 4 years ahead of an election cycle, and it needs to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. And
That's who we send to Congress, all right? And so thank you for listening to this presentation. This is what I want to show my daughters. This is what I want to tell my daughters someday when they stop puking on me and when I stop changing their diapers. I want them to see clips like Candace Owens. I want them to hang out with Candace. I want them to be friends with great conservative women. I want amazing conservative women like you all to be their friends. It's the most powerful thing you can do is introduce and make culture together. And this is such a powerful culture, and it's such a powerful event, and it's such a special event. This is Lauren Tonsich. Lauren is the person who is the events director at Turning Point USA, recently promoted to vice president. Lauren Tonsich, ladies and gentlemen, she's the reason it all happens. This is the role model for my daughter, Eloise, and my other daughter, Juliet. I want them to grow up to be Lauren one day.
Well, Benny, actually, first of all, it takes the whole team. Events team, you're the best. But I know you had some flight delays. Benny did everything in his power to get here, by the way. Like, so thankful for that. But unfortunately, Nurse Kate and Juliet couldn't make it. But we have a surprise for you. They want to say hi. So if we could get them up real quick.
Hi, everyone. We're sorry we couldn't be there, but we're so excited to
look at the nugget.
Join this way.
Are they on? What is this? Is this live?
Yeah, we're live. Coming to you in real time. Got the whole crew. Well, Juliet's a little fussy, so we're hanging in there, but we wish we could have been there in person. We tried really hard. Can you wave, Eloise? Hi.
So that's Juliet, this is Eloise, and this is Nurse Kate, my wonderful wife. They couldn't be here because we had to fly sort of like overnight. They were going to be here, but we had to fly overnight. And for a long time, we can't do that with a 1-month-old. Juliet is 1 month old. Well, I'm just going to sit here and stare at my beautiful family. I think I'm going to sit here as a proud girl dad. And stare at my beautiful kids.
Okay. Eloise wants to sit so she can see.
I guess we have 10 more minutes left on the clock. You want to do some Q&A? You want to maybe we can make this work? We're done. I'm done with the presentation, although we can just do Family Feud. And I guess Kate, we'll go as long as you can. Kate, you'd love the chandeliers here, by the way. Alex Clark did an incredible job.
Oh, the whole vibe there is so cool. I seriously am so bummed I can't be there.
They are too. All right, yes.
Hello. My name is Hiro, and I'm very interested in becoming a nurse. But right now, with all the vaccination requirements and the politics that are now surrounding, medical issues, and, your wife is a nurse, so I'm wondering if you have any advice or information on how I could stand strong as a Christian and to my political beliefs in that industry now.
Yes. Kate, this was a nursing question. Do you want to take that?
Yeah. So sorry, Juliet's fussy. But, so one, don't compromise on things that are fundamental core beliefs ever. There are some states that are easier to practice in than others. And if it's something that you really feel called and desired to do, you might want to consider where you're looking to practice. So I was really fortunate to be able to work with Governor DeSantis here in Florida to create some special accommodations for nurses who have been displaced from their home states. And Florida has welcomed the unclean, unvaccinated with open arms and protected our rights to practice here without fear of retribution for, not complying with these mandates that other states are enforcing.
Move to a state like Florida where vaccine mandates are illegal like they should be in every state. Please.
Hi, you're obviously a very proud father. What would be a great piece of advice for young parents or soon-to-be parents?
That it's the greatest thing you will ever do with your life, and there's a reason why you're drawn to it. There's a reason why you see a cute kid and you go, "Aw." Like, you don't say that to anything, you don't walk into a movie theater and see some guy with popcorn and go, "Aw." Like, you're drawn to it. You're drawn to it because it's something that's innate in you. And God is a creator, and He gives you a chance to create. And how beautiful is that? It's woven into who you are, and that's why the left wants to destroy who you are. And wouldn't you want to see this every morning when you wake up? Thank you.
Hi, this is my favorite event of the year from Turning Point. I love getting to be encouraged and learn how to be a good American and a good woman. But when are the boys from my chapter going to have their own opportunity to get a specific education on how to be good American men?
Oh. Let me tell you, I have an announcement to make. I have been working on getting some strong men together to do a men's conference, a men's leadership conference. And the first speaker I'm going to book at that conference, his name is Kyle Rittenhouse.
Here. How's it going, Benny? How are you?
Kyle and who is?
This is Milo.
Kyle and Milo. Yeah, Kyle, Milo, and the babies. What more could you ask for, YWLS? I just want to introduce Kyle by saying this. We talk a lot about, hey, you. I wanted to talk a lot about what kind of man you should want to be attracted to. Hey, you. Or if you're a dog person.
Dogs are the best.
Men, your number one goal is to protect your family and to stand strong in the face of opposition from culture and evil. And Kyle Rittenhouse is a man who does that. God bless Kyle Rittenhouse. You want to say a few words?
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for all the support and everything. Thank you guys for the prayers. And thank you guys for being strong women. So does anybody have any questions? I think we're going to do some Q&As. You right there.
Oh, this is for Benny and Kate. My name is Stephanie. And
what about Milo?
Well, it's about marriage. So my fiance and I are getting married in August, and so we met at SAS 2020. So just you can find your future spouse at SAS.
Yes,
so just, you know.
Yes. Round of applause.
But I was just wondering what your guys' best piece of advice for marriage was.
Kate, best advice for marriage?
You know, I think the one thing that keeps us going every day is the advice that my grandmother gave us, and it's, you know, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but you just have to make sure that you are prioritizing each other, and you put down your life for the other person every day. And it sounds kind of trite, but it's true, and if you practice that, you will have a very happy marriage.
Do not let them lie to you. Do not let them lie to you. I wake up every morning wanting to serve my wife, to protect my family, and that makes such a and if you marry someone that wants to serve you, that's not old-fashioned. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's the way you're designed to be. It's the best. And I make incredible pancakes. And so I'm up cooking breakfast in the morning. Kate's up all night with the babies. And that, like being, serving each other. Like serving each other. You will never find a better life than like waking up and thinking, wow, my life didn't even exist before this woman. And my life, I can't even remember my life before these kids. Like everything, like history began when I had kids with a woman I loved. And so that's what you should aim for.
Okay, so I kind of have two questions. I was not expecting you to walk out. Sorry. So you can go second. I was going to ask you, so as in today's culture, you know, like it's kind of off for like a dude to want to be a girl dad. So what did you expect going into parenthood, like before you found out the gender? Like, were you excited, or like were you just like, I do not want to grow, I want a boy? You want to be a boy dad?
I think every man wants to be a boy dad. Right? Every man is like, you grow up a boy and you're like, I want to throw the football and baseball and hold his head underwater and, right? Like you kind of, it's selfish because you know what boys are like, and so you kind of want a boy, right? And I say this to boy dads, like you want to be a boy dad until you have a girl. Whew, man. And then you realize like how big your heart can get. And I watch my friends who have sons, my buddies who have sons, and every second of their life, every moment of their day, if their sons can walk, as soon as their sons can walk, they are protecting themselves from being punched directly in the nuts. And that's what little boys do. They come up, they kick you, they punch you, right? They like bite you. And my little daughter just wants to sit on my lap and read a story. That's all she wants, right? And cuddle. And I am down for that. Everyone's like, she's going to be crazy when she's a teenager. I don't care, man. Dude, no. Nothing could stop me, from wanting this incredible experience with my 3 girls, and I am just the proudest girl dad in the world.
This conference has done an awful job at fueling my baby fever. I cannot. So I guess my question for you, Kyle, is, so I recently finished my tactical force and law enforcement training and stuff like that. Thank you. I'm trying to represent the petite girl community in law enforcement. But I got into it during all the BLM stuff, and it's for my steps to go into law school or whatever. But I wanted to ask you, before your case, what was your involvement in court systems or criminal justice or anything like that?
Well, before my shooting, I was actually a police explorer for Grays Lake and Lindenhurst Police Department, to where I just learned the fundamentals about law enforcement, what they deal with on a day-to-day basis.
Just a poll, who would like to see Kyle Rittenhouse go into law enforcement? Just tell me, and I will move to that block. It'll be the safest block in America.
Hey, my name is Jasmine. I'm from Texas. Okay, so I don't want this to sound demeaning in any way. I wrote my question on my phone, so I understand you're coming from a good place when you say that God wants you to be happy, and I can tell that you're absolutely so grateful for the family that you have, and I don't want to wish this upon anyone, but if it's God's will, would you still be happy if God decided to take a family that he so graciously blessed you with away? Would you still be able to stand strong in your faith to the world and show the world that God is the sole purpose for your joy?
Yes, that's right. Jesus says in Matthew, when they asked about his mother, wait a second, you all are my mother, you all are my brothers. Kate's mother is adopted. She comes from an adopted family. Her grandparents adopted her mother. Those are as precious of families as any. Your family is here. Your family is among you, and God wants you to be a light unto the world. And so I have a mother and father. I have my wife. If that's all God gave to me, then I have a spring of happiness in my heart, because I still get to be here with Milo sitting on my shoe. And that's this is the happiest I've been in a long time. Milo's on my shoe. It's a beautiful dog. The point is that there's all types of families, and God calls us to be light unto the world regardless of our circumstances. And so be happy, yes, and be thankful. Yeah.
Thank you. So I want to grow my social media and hopefully be involved with Turning Point one day.
Yes.
And I saw that you just recently got to 1 million followers, so congratulations on that too. But how did you grow it so much? And how did you get to be involved with Turning Point and get to do these speeches?
Okay. I'm being told this is the last question, so I'm very sorry, but they're telling us from backstage this is our last question. But yes, absolutely. So, first off, I must tell you that the best way to get involved is to start a chapter. Please start a Turning Point chapter at your high school, at your college, wherever you happen to be. There's even a Turning Point alumni organization that my parents are a part of, right? So please start Turning Point chapters, first and foremost. And then secondly, have a message that is based in truth. And people will be attracted to it. People know truth when they see it. They're drawn to it. And so if you're speaking truth, and if you're talking and speaking things that are in our souls, it's great to be, there are not that many fathers out there that are super in your face about how great fatherhood is. Why? We should be talking about that all the time to young men. The lack of fathers in this nation is the biggest epidemic and pandemic and endemic in this country. We need more men to be like, yes, I love my wife. I love my family. I'm not addicted to pornography. I'm not addicted to alcohol. And those aren't the ways to happiness. I am true to my wife. And that is actually like an incredible way to live. It's the way my great-grandfather lived, and there's truth and happiness in that. And so I guess speaking truth, I suppose, is how you grow on social media. You know, I'm a terrible dancer, so I can't do TikTok videos. Sammy will tell you that. And that's my advice. Speak truth. It's a dark world, and like truth shines like a light. It's incredible. Kyle, thoughts on social media?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to social media that much. So, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much.
What? I can't hear. What does it say? Oh, phone number for Kyle. Don't put him on the spot. Nurse Kate, thoughts on social media, real fast?
I agree with you. Just be genuine, be yourself, and be true, and a consistent message of truth will break through. I mean, I post about health and wellness, and you know, just true information on that, and it resonates with people. And actually, you know, in some ways, it changes people's lives. So you can reach a lot of people just doing that.
Yes. Follow Nurse Kate. Can we all do a video together before they kick us off? Young Women's Leadership Summit with the family, Kyle Rittenhouse, and these amazing women who are the future of this country. God bless you all. What a fun day. Have a wonderful time. Rest the conference.
I'm so nice to myself. 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 I'm so nice to myself.
Conservatives have a big reputation, and you can join the movement by starting a chapter or donating today. Take your phone out and text Alex, that's me, to 71776. That's Alex to 71776. Our end game is to save America. Are you ready for it?
What's up, guys? Have you guys woken up yet? I feel like you can do a little better than that. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Thanks for joining us. We thought we would be joined by Charlie as well, but he had something else to attend to. So we're going to wing it, but that's okay. We don't need a man. We're all women here. We can handle it. I mean, we do need a man, but not for this panel. I am Sarah Gonzalez. I am with Blaze TV. Hi, guys. I'm with Blaze TV. I host a show called The News and Why It Matters. I also have a beauty brand. We're trying to fight liberals trying to erase women and celebrate femininity and the way that God created us. It is called American Beauty by Sarah. And we're happy to be here today. Deb?
Hi, I'm Deborah Heine, and I write for American Greatness. Before that, I wrote for PJ Media, and before that, Breitbart. And before that, I had my own blog. I'm a mother of 6 children, ages, thank you, ages 19 to 32. And I worked at home, you know, for the entire time that I was doing journalism. And when my children were young, I was a stay-at-home mom. So, yeah.
6 children. That's amazing. That's quite an accomplishment. I'm a slacker because I only have the 2. I have 2 boys who I am raising to be very strong men. And yeah, faith, family, freedom, most important things in our household. And we wanted to talk to you today about how to maintain this work-life balance. And I know something that Charlie is always talking about is there are these women created by the feminist movement who go through life thinking that their success is measured in solely their careers and where they are in their careers. And so they go through life and they put off having children, and then before they know it, they're 45 and they have blue hair and they're alone and they have their cats and they're wondering why they're so unhappy in life. And so just, you know, speaking as moms, but also women who are in the workforce, we just know that that's something that is really, really prevalent right now, is women trying to juggle, figure out, find their place in life. And you know, I think that it's important to, Deb, I want you to speak to this, but I think that it's important for women to recognize that their success is not measured just in their careers, and so often they forget that God designed us to have these babies. He didn't design us just to birth the babies and then leave them and let them get raised by someone else, right? God designed us to have these babies and nurture them into adulthood, and that is how you measure your success. It's not just the career. Careers are amazing. Trust me, I love mine. I know Deb loves hers. But the real success, you can't forget, is measured in what God designed us all to do, which is have these babies and raise them to be good stewards of this country. Deb?
And in fact, a very wise friend told me, Molly Hemingway, who teaches a class at Hillsdale College for journalism, she told me she tells her kids that 99% of their happiness is going to come from things outside their career, meaning their family, their friends, their church. And those are the things that you need to focus on and nurture in your, in your life. And I would add that maybe some of you will have more than 1% happiness from your careers, and that's okay. But if it's like most of your happiness and fulfillment is coming from career over your family, then things maybe be a little out of whack for you. So the focus should always be on the family, and your boss, whoever you works for, hopefully they understand that family comes first.
Yeah. Do you think that with the pandemic that has kind of changed employers' views on remote work and working from home and trying to juggle all of those things?
True. In fact, a lot of women that went home during the pandemic and started working remotely didn't want to go back to work.
Yeah.
You know, they were really happy being at home with the kids.
Yeah.
So, finding an employer that's flexible and can work with you on maybe reduced hours or working from home is really helpful, especially when the kids are very young. I mean, from, the first 5 years of life, you really want to be at home with your kids, I think.
But I think you would agree with me here, to tell me if I'm wrong, that there really isn't just one path, right? You don't have to say, I'm going to be totally a stay-at-home mom forever, or I'm going to work and have a career. You can, I think, in a sense, have it all as long as your priorities are aligned.
Right.
Would you agree with that?
Right. And right now, we're seeing a declining birth rate because millennials don't think you can have it all. They think it's either a career or a family, and you can't have both. Well, in a traditional capitalistic system, I think you can have both. It's not always easy. You're going to have to make sacrifices. You're not going to have everything you want. You may not be able to get your nails done every week, or, drive a fancy car and wear designer clothes, and have your kids wear designer clothes and have everything they want, and you're not maybe going to be able to afford expensive vacations. But it's doable, because we did it on one income.
Are any of you out there familiar with Phyllis Schlafly? Anyone? So I think that she was so right, dead on, when she was fighting against the Equal Rights Amendment. And then, people go, well, why would you fight against the Equal Rights Amendment? Well, she said, men and women are not equal. We are different. And treating us as equal will lead to things like abortion on demand. You think we're seeing that right now? She talked about women, then women are going to be drafted. Women are going to join the military. This is not what we need. This is not good for our society. And so now we're seeing that all of these things that she predicted is coming true, to the point where we are now making women more masculine. We're reversing the roles, right? We are expecting our women, we've got all these feminists who are super masculine, while we are emasculating the men and making the men more feminine. Then you're seeing men come into place where, good old Leah Thomas, who is, taking away women's championships, women's scholarships. We're seeing the erasure of women. And I think that really we can, if you go backwards, you can pinpoint that part of that big issue was treating men and women as if we are the same, because we're not. We're not. And so I think, when you look at, and look, I'm not saying this to be mean, but I really do think if you look at feminists, whatever they're protesting, if they're over at an abortion rally, or if they're over at somehow they like trans rights, which is really weird because the trans people want to erase them, but whatever, or they're at, a gun control rally, or whatever the case may be, what do they have in common? They're really, really angry. They're really angry. Do you know why? Because they're living a lie. They're living an inauthentic life, because biologically, we were made with maternal instincts. We were made with, you hear the term maternal instincts thrown around. That's because, instinct means biologically you were designed to be that way, and they're fighting against that.
Right.
And you can only fight against that for so long before it takes a toll on you. And sure, I can imagine that they would be angry because they're fighting against their biological need to have these families, to have these babies, to settle down and to put their families first.
True. And the problem is it's permeated society, this whole, woke ideology, and it's infiltrated the schools, it's infiltrated preschools, all the way down to, 3 and 4-year-olds. And so if you are having to put your children in a daycare facility, you have to really vet it. You have to hopefully find a place that shares your values, but even then, check out the staff and ask questions, ask the proprietor, what is a woman? To take a page out of Matt Walsh's book, ask if men can have babies, ask how many genders there are. If the answers to those questions aren't to your liking, I'd move on.
Yeah. So, Deb, do you think that there is, what role does faith play into family? Is there a biblical obligation to start a family?
Faith plays a huge role in family because it helps you get through the rough patches. It's your anchor in rough waters and your trials and tribulations, and of course, raising your children in the faith is important too because, thank you, which means not just taking them to church on Sunday, but through their, the entire week, praying at the dinner table and having faith conversations at home. As a Catholic, we have family traditions during holiday seasons and holidays. So there's, an Advent wreath during Advent, and we give something up for Lent. And, you just make your faith something that is every day, year-round, instead of just on Sunday.
And so I think when women get resentful or are unhappy in this day and age, I know, Deb, you mentioned millennials are having children less and less, even getting married less and less. They're more focused on their career, and whether it's economic reasons or otherwise, when you look at the resentment or the unhappiness that women find, I think that really that comes from a place of the imbalance between expectations versus reality.
Right.
And that's where because they've been taught that you should just kill your baby in order to save your career. You want a leg up in your career? It's okay. Kill your baby in the womb. If you do end up having it, give it to the government indoctrination camps. Don't worry about it. All is well. And so they expect that they are supposed to do all of these things. And in reality, that's just not the way that it works. And so that's when they get this imbalance of I'm unhappy, I'm resentful, because they've been sold this lie.
Let me give you an example, because I was researching why millennials are not having babies. And there's page after page, if you Google it, of millennials basically explaining why they're not having babies. And so there was one article that I read, 9 brutally real reasons why millennials refuse to have kids. And this is written in sort of a tongue-in-cheek, kind of clever manner, but she's dead serious. And it starts out like this. Today's copulating post-youths are much more interested in their careers and life goals than they are in raising from a larval stage a human money suck.
That's so gross.
It goes on. The number of blissfully childless couples has doubled since 1970, with only about half of women ages 15 to 44 squeezing some out. The decline in baby blobs worry some, like your grandma.
That's great.
Somebody needs God in their life.
Yeah. Okay.
And then she has the 9 reasons, and we can go over those and discuss them. 1, the world kind of sucks now. Well, maybe your child could have helped fix things, but I guess we'll never know. Yeah. 2, we're poor as hell. Well, aren't we all when we start out? I mean, we don't start out rich. We work our way, we climb up the ladder.
I have to tell you guys, it is so disheartening to hear that statement, right? We're poor as hell, because it's just the economics that they're focused on.
Yeah.
Guys, the most fulfilling thing you will ever do is become a mother and have a family. It is the most rewarding, fulfilling experience that you will ever do. And that's what I'm talking about. Your success is not measured, and it's great if you have a career. And trust me, I love my career. But where my real success is the job that I have that is the most important job that I will ever carry, that I do not get paid for, which is my kids. And that's how you have to look at it.
It's the highest vocation for a woman, but it's not in the cards for every woman. So that's something you have to keep in mind.
I know we only have a little bit of time left, and we wanted to take some questions if we're able to.
So if anybody has a question,
we've got
I can go on with the 9 reasons.
We've got some lining up here. Hi,
I'm Riley. I'm from Texas.
Hi, Riley.
So I am a registered nurse, and I've had a very successful career for the last 4 years. I've also been married for the last 5.5, and I've got 2 beautiful baby girls at home who I can't wait to see tonight.
Awesome.
I miss
Good
them.
for you.
And I also have a 3rd one on the way.
Wow. Congrats.
Thank you. So those things combined, my career has been extremely fulfilling. I love what I do. I'm a pediatric oncology nurse. Okay. So I'm very, very proud, and I'm proud to do that, and I love doing it. However, I love being home with my own children and having a 3rd one coming. My husband stays home with them when I'm at work, so I can't imagine him staying home with 3, and I can't imagine leaving 3 for 13-hour shifts. So I've decided to leave bedside nursing when this 3rd baby gets here, and I'm having a really hard time letting that go, my career, because I love it so much. So I think if anybody had some advice on how I can kind of accept that.
I am right there with you, because I had my youngest one is 20 months old, and I think I see him with his dad over in the back of the room over there. But I had to leave the workforce for longer than I anticipated, and he had some health issues when he was born. And you know what? It's a season, and it's okay to feel that feeling of like, man, I feel like I miss this part of me. But you power through, and I promise you will not regret it. I promise you. Allow yourself to have those feelings, but remember that you are doing the most important and fulfilling thing that you will ever do in your entire life.
Yeah,
I promise.
And accept that perfect balance isn't always going to be possible.
Right. You got this, girl.
Hi, my name is also Riley.
Hi, also Riley.
I am married to my high school sweetheart.
And
Congrats.
when we went to college, I was really adamant about getting a career in something that was going to make a lot of money. And since graduating, I worked really hard and I've worked my way up, and I make a lot of money, more than my husband. We're financially dependent on myself. But now we have 2 small children, a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, who I love so much, and I have the opportunity to work remotely, but all I want to do is be home with them and see them, because I can hear them playing downstairs together, because my husband works 24-hour shifts, so he's with them most of the time, which is still amazing. But we're trying to figure out how to switch the roles that we've now forced ourselves into. I don't know if you have any advice for how to allow me to like step back and not be the breadwinner of the family and allow him to take that control with our family.
Deb?
So you're working remotely from home, but you don't feel like you're able to spend enough time with your family, with your 2 children?
Yeah, I do get to work remote, so it's amazing because I get to see them during like my lunch break. But now I'm in a role that requires me to work around 50 to 60 hours a week. So,
Ooh, and your children are ages 1 and 2? Yeah. That is entirely up to you. Whether you go back to, full-time working outside the home. If your husband is able to come home and you go back to work, is that an option?
well, we both work, and he's about to switch to a job in the ministry, which is an amazing opportunity for him, but also, again, a lower salary. So it's just like forcing me into this role of being financially dependent.
And do you feel like you need those 2 income streams to
where we
to
live
keep
is
your head above water?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, then you're going to have to be looking into some, who's going to take care of your children when you're at work. So hopefully, maybe family or a daycare facility that you trust or, shares your values. And again, like I was saying earlier, you really want to vet it very closely because this woke ideology has infiltrated every place.
We go through seasons as moms and as wives. There are a lot of seasons, and this particular season, you may be in a position where that is your job to bear for the time being.
Right.
But I think as you're doing it, I think you still can be looking for something else that makes it so that you can fulfill your need and your desire to be able to stay at home with your children. And I think that you can as you're financially bringing, what you bring to the table, be looking for those other opportunities so that when you find it, you can make that switch.
It's hard. In this economy, it's really hard for a lot of parents.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lindsay, and I really just want to echo what Sarah's saying. I am a stay-at-home mom. I have a 4.5-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I was able to have a 12-year career in corporate America, and sometimes that balance, just adding to the conversation, sometimes that balance isn't trying to do it all the time, but as Sarah said, it's a season. We have a season for our career. We have a short season with our babies at home, and I think any speaker that's here this weekend would want any young women in this room to know that you can have your career and your dreams and your babies too.
Yes.
You don't have to pick.
Yes.
And
so
I just wanted to share that with you.
Yes.
And
Thank you. I know we got to go in a second, but I do want to give an example of that. I wanted to be here with you guys so badly last night, yesterday, after I was finished with work, and I had a 10-year-old son who really, really needed me emotionally, and I was home because that was where I needed to be. And so you just have to make those decisions. And when you put your family first, what you'll get back emotionally will be so rewarding. You're not going to be too worried about the other parts of it. How many, are we good on time?
How many minutes do you see right there?
I mean, we have 0 seconds left.
Yeah, this is the last one.
Okay.
Hi,
Sorry,
my name's
guys.
Bella. I'm from Alaska. So a little quick background.
Wow.
Hi. So I was adopted from the Republic of Georgia, and my mom was in residency when she adopted me. So I got, raised by everyone else but her, and it put a dent in our relationship. And it's something that I've thought about, like, how do I prevent that happening in my relationship? And I'm 19. I don't have a kid, but it's just something I've thought about.
So you said you were adopted.
Yeah, I was.
Okay. So, I mean, I think it's all in, you're 19, you're just starting out, you have all of this in front of you, you just make your decisions wisely as you're choosing your partner, as you're choosing where you settle down, as you're choosing all of these things. I think you have this life experience, you have this perspective, use it as you're going through life, as you're making these decisions. And I think that that's absolutely, completely preventable because you have the insight that you have. Do you know what I mean? Like it's going to be you that changes things because you already know these things. I don't think you need to be worried about that at all. I think you can trust your instincts on that one, for sure. All right, is my baby still here? Did he leave? Oh, he's over here. Can I have him? I want to walk backstage with him. I miss him. We're out of time. I'm really sorry, you guys. I just want to leave you with this. Go find your mates, get married, have lots of babies, enjoy your careers. You can do all of these things as long as you remember your priorities. Your God, right? Your families, your faith, your freedom, all of these things. Remember those things, please, 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 and go get married and have lots of babies.
The American
contribute.
dream.
We need you. We need you. All right?
The American dream is not dead.
Yes.
To allow the socialism ideology to take over America. We have to stop it in its tracks. I have 2 words for you. Socialism sucks.
Right? Wait, do we have any guys here? Oh, good. You men are so smart to show up because you're going to learn a lot, okay, this weekend. But I'm really, truly, truly inspired to be here with all of you. And I first want to thank Charlie Kirk for this incredible opportunity to be with you today. I mean, he is a rock star, and we always love having him at CPAC because he gets the group all riled up. But I have to say, I think his wife, Erica, is a lot cooler than Charlie. What do you think? She's the one in charge, guys. So, happy Womanhood Month. Wait, I think I got the wrong month. I'm not sure when that month is. But, you know, it's so confusing because they keep labeling us with all these different identities. And you know what? I just want to be me. And you just want to be who you are, how God created you. So let's rip off the labels together and let's go back to the basics. So guess what? When you were born, were you a boy or a girl? A girl. Well, according to the left, you can be one or the other or both or any of the 50 genders that are out there. That's right. You can make that gender decision as early as the age of 5. I mean, just think about it, guys. We have one actor that I've recently just identified as a tree. So now you have even more options. Seriously, you cannot make this up. And what's so disturbing is that when I was growing up, we didn't have to deal with all of this. You know, you all are facing these realities that are really tough. And so this is a very critical moment for you. And the reality is that America girls and women are under attack by the left. The Biden administration, the leftist media, and the Democrats, they have declared a war on women. They have declared a war on you, on your sisters, on your mothers, on your aunts. I mean, Michelle Obama, she even changed the spelling of the word women. She added an X to it. Does anybody know how to pronounce it? Because I still don't even know how to pronounce it. But seriously, thank God for spell correct on your computer, because it still thinks that the word is misspelled. So at least we've got some hope before, Microsoft decides to change it. What's even worse is when you have your Supreme Court Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson, who refused to define what a woman is by saying that she's not a biologist. I mean, what are they teaching at Harvard University these days? While the left claims to be for science, they will not define a woman and instead just casually change the meaning of the word woman. Boo is right. While the left preaches empowerment and equality, the White House praises a man in women's sports. How hard did we have to work to prove ourselves in school and in sports? For the left to say that a biological male can compete in our girls' sports. Enough is enough. It is demoralizing, it is unfair, and we must protect women's sports right now. But let me tell you what the truth is. The truth is the left is scared of womanhood, of the power we hold when we come together and impact the change and take back America. The ruling party thought that they owned us, that we were victims, but we know better. Because our role as women in the America story is indisputable. In every generation since the founding of this great nation, brave women like us have been empowered, emboldened, and defined the trajectory of our achievements. While we may not have always gotten the credit we deserve, history has vindicated us time and time again. Let's look at Abigail Adams, the wife of President John Adams, a woman of first. So she would write these letters to John Adams. And she literally was his chief advisor during the time where our country was being founded, where they were having these debates about our Constitution. She was not only a wife, a senior advisor, but also a founding mother. And I know, I want to be a founding mother too, because let me tell you something. We got to make sure we protect this foundation of our country. And it was this Republican motherhood, and I want you guys to look this up in history, this Republican motherhood where women would teach their children about the foundings of America. They would talk about why American patriots would sacrifice their lives for independence and freedom and for this great new nation. Then we have Victoria Woodhill. Does anybody know who Victoria Woodhill is? Well, you're going to learn now. She's another woman of first, the first woman to run a weekly newspaper in the United States, the first woman to run a stock brokerage on Wall Street, and sorry, Hillary, the first woman to run for president of the United States. Way back in 1872, when we did not even have the right to vote. But what does it take? It takes courage. It takes courage in these very critical times. Even then, we have always found ways to make our voices heard. We Republican and conservative women are only getting louder and stronger, and that's what the left fears. A strong woman like each and every one of you in this room, including the strong men that are in here as well. Now, I was hearing the panel that was on beforehand about balancing work and family, and I'm a mother of 5 daughters. And let me tell you something. Let me give you a hint here in life. God has a purpose for you, okay? You might get married, and you might not get married, and it's okay. Don't feel the pressure. God will direct your path, but you need to ask Him for that wisdom and that clarity of where you need to go in your life. I always thought, I grew up in a generation where the women, they were really supposed to just focus on the career and don't get married. So I was on that path, and I was totally fine with that path. In fact, I was like, I don't need to get married. I'm fine without a guy. It's totally okay. Well, God had other plans for me. And so I met my husband, Matt, in the White House during our time together. He was in the political shop, I was in the media affairs shop. And it was that awful day of 9/11 where we were both in the White House. We had been dating for only a month, and we both had to quickly leave the White House because they thought that third plane was coming to the White House. When we left the White House, his sister calls him and says, "Do you know where Mercy's at?" He says, "I don't. I can't find her." He says, "Find her and tell her that you love her." And after that, we got engaged pretty much 2 months after 9/11. And we got married 7 months after the engagement. And for those Catholics, we got engaged on December 12th, which is the feast day of Our Lady of Guadalupe. And I will tell you that what we learned in that moment, that we knew that we both could have perished, that we know that there was so much happening in our country, is that life was too short. And if you love somebody and you want to be with them for the rest of your life, be with them for the rest of your life. Don't waste time. Don't be a time waster. Time is too precious. Life moves fast. And then when we made the decision of how many kids, we left it open to God, and we've had 5 beautiful daughters. And I will tell you, they are very opinionated and they are very different. And 2 of my daughters have come to this event, and they love it. And they love Charlie Kirk, too. So many times, I will tell you, this is what they do with the guys. They never ask the guys, "Oh, how many kids do you have?" Or "How's your family?" Or "How do you manage work and family together?" You know, I got this line where they're like, "Well, we can't give you the job because you have too many kids." I've heard that. But I kept proving them wrong. I kept showing that I could work really hard and give really good advice, and the same way I can manage my 5 chaotic children at home is the same way I can handle a chaotic White House. I got to work in 2 White Houses, and I will tell you, my favorite was definitely working for President Trump and serving the American people during that time. So I chose a career in public service, and as I mentioned, in working in the White House and working in several presidential campaigns, I will say with President Trump, he valued women on his team. We would sit in the Oval Office and in the Roosevelt Room. At the time, I was with Kellyanne Conway, Ivanka Trump, Brooke Rollins, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who's going to be the next governor of Arkansas. And I think we all calculated between all of us, we had 19 kids, okay? Yes, it was long hours. Yes, it was a lot of sacrifice. But my children knew that Mom was working hard to protect their freedoms and give opportunities to all Americans so that they could have better lives. And this came from an inspiration from my father, who is Cuban, fled Cuba, left. My Cubanas out there, woo! So I did end up marrying a gringo, which is a very sensitive subject for my family. But, and I knew that my father really talked to us about what it was to live under a communist regime, to lose everything. And he stood up and ended up fighting against the communist regime. He was thrown into jail for 6 years in Cuba for speaking up. But he never gave up. He never gave up. He had hope that he would survive the torture, that he would survive the horrors. He was thrown into solitary confinement for 3 months at a time, and yet he was so strong to get out. And when he came to America, and he taught us to basically protect the freedom. Know that America is so special and so grand and so blessed that we do not have an option but to protect our Constitution and our freedoms, because these freedoms are very fragile and they can be lost in an instant. So I have to tell you, I had a conversation with my girls the other day, and they told me, of course, you know, they don't want to get involved in politics. Their dad, who's chairman of CPAC, and then myself, we talk about politics all day long. And I think for a moment there, they're like, we need like a political free zone in the house. Like, that's enough, guys. And I said to them, look, you guys don't really have a choice. And I'm going to tell this to you as the same way, like if you guys were all my daughters, okay? I said, we are all impacted by political leadership and bad policy decisions. If there is a bad political leader and bad policy decisions, it impacts your life. One weak American leader can destroy decades of prosperity and opportunity, which is why it's so depressing to see what Biden and Pelosi and the Democrats have done to ruin American families. Their goal is to push extreme policies on climate change, keep the borders open, and shut down our energy sources in the name of their radical religion, and that is just not acceptable. This is a time when moms can't find baby formula, or families can't pay for outrageously high gas prices, as I saw one of the ladies here talk about how she's the breadwinner right now. And I know it's hard. I know it's hard. But we all have to sacrifice and work really hard. It is a tough time right now. But you will get through it. You will get through it. The American people have been stressed to the max with high gas prices, high food prices, the COVID craziness. How many of you want to fire Fauci? Thank you. And let's send Nancy Pelosi back to San Francisco would be great too. And what's so sad, and I know you guys probably went through this, some of you guys who are in college or in high school, with these COVID lockdowns, I'm sure you have seen so many of your friends break down. And you've seen this mental health crisis in America. It should have never happened. And that comes with bad leadership and bad policy decisions. And I will tell you, in the name of power and socialism and communism, a bad political leader will destroy their own country, where people die and children lose their future. You look at Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, Russia. One authoritarian leader can destroy families, their futures, and ultimately their country. You look at Afghanistan, where Biden botched that withdrawal. The Taliban are back in power, and the women and the girls are suffering dire consequences. The Taliban do not allow women to work or for the girls to go back to school. And today is the 33rd anniversary of the slaughter of Tiananmen Square, where hundreds of Chinese people were killed when they were protesting by the communist regime. And sadly, we've seen Hong Kong also lose its freedoms. And they can't even commemorate the loss of these lives because the communists are in charge. There is no freedom in Hong Kong anymore, and the communities, what the communists are doing is that they're imprisoning the young and the old who protest against the Chinese government. This is what's so beautiful about America. We can go out and protest and speak up, and it's why you can't allow any of these leftists to shut you up ever. Ever. When they come and call you names and call you racist and call you bigots, you push back even harder. You do not let them dictate the terms. They do not set the rules. We've got a constitution. We are a free nation, and we have the freedom to speak up and to worship and to make sure we protect our Second Amendment. And I'll tell you, when Matt went with the Hong Kong protesters, where he spent time with them before there was a big crackdown in China, the Hong Kong protesters looked to my husband and said, America, that is a beacon of hope and freedom. If we lose America, we lose the world. And it's so why you all are so blessed to live in this great country, and now we all together have a duty to protect it. It only takes one weak leader to destroy a country. And it is why we all need you to be engaged in this political fight to save America. And it's why it's so important that you're here. Find your place in the American story. What will be your chapter? Whether it be a grassroots activist, poll watcher, social media influencer, or running for office, the opportunities are endless and exciting. This is a generational moment to find your purpose. We are no longer the unofficial senior advisor. We are the top of the ticket. And yes, you can have it all. You can be a mother, you can raise a beautiful family, and you can have a career. But you've got to ground yourself in your faith. Pray to God for wisdom, clarity, and courage, and set the world on fire. Pray for our broken communities and our nation. I will tell you, Matt and I, every morning, we go to the front porch, we do our morning readings from Scripture, and it sets our day because it makes you realize that you are not alone in this fight, that you are never alone. Even when you're feeling lonely, you're not alone. God loves you, your community loves you, and it's why you have to have the power to make sure you accomplish your goals. We cannot let the left redefine the beauty of womanhood. We are not going to let them take that away from us. We are not going to accept the male pregnant emoji. How about that? Guys, it's science. Men, you can't have babies. That's how it goes. And yes, life begins in the womb, and we must protect all the unborn babies. Because we understand that the power and strength of a woman is given to us by God. The left has abandoned us. They can't simply change the definition of womanhood and then demand we behave a certain way. We will not fail women and our girls. We will ensure that the world knows that the American women are strong and ready to take on any challenge. And that's why the first female president of the United States will be a Republican. Well, it's not going to be the border czar, that's for sure. Perhaps you're in the room right now, but only by embracing ourselves, empowering ourselves, and not letting anyone define what we are. Can we be empowered? Let me make this very clear, and if there's one thing I want you to remember when you leave here today, by saving womanhood, motherhood, we save America. We are the last line of defense. We have to be unafraid and take on the grave challenges that our nation is facing right now. And ladies, you're not going to do this alone. We're right by your side. It is your time to be bold, unwavering, and strong. And for the love of our great nation and our American flag and our family and our faith and our community, answer your call and fulfill your God-given purpose to achieve greatness and build strong communities. God bless you all, and thank you for letting me be here with you today.
TPUSA contributor John Root. We are so excited to be with y'all at YWLS as we continue fighting the culture war. Now is the time to get off the couch and stand for what's right. If you want to help us win, consider donating by texting DONATE to 71776. Again, that's DONATE to 71776. We appreciate your support.
Ladies, please welcome Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne.
Welcome to Texas. Hey, how many people do we have who are actually from Texas? Yes, I love that. I love that. Yesterday, I had the honor of speaking at Missy Shorey luncheon, and there were a number of women who had gotten her scholarship, and let me tell you, that was such an amazing opportunity for me to actually be able to see these women who are so engaged and so involved. Missy Shorey was an amazing woman. She was the head of Maggie's List. She was the first woman to be elected to be chairwoman of the Dallas County Republican Club. She was a fighter. She believed in all of our conservative principles. She was a leader. And the most amazing thing was, I don't care what group she was ever in, whenever you saw her, she had a huge smile on her face. She was a positive, optimistic ball of energy. That's the kind of Republicans that we should all try to be. When Missy was 48, she went to sleep one night and she never woke up. It is never too early to get involved, to get into politics, to run for office, to get prepared, to get educated, but it could be too late. I look at what's going around our country right now. All of the threats that we have seen, especially over the last year and a half, it breaks my heart, but it also identifies an opportunity that we all have a place in what our future is going to look like. And what are we going to do with it? Are we going to fight for it? Are we going to refuse to be shut down by colleagues, by classmates, by professors, by the media, by social media trolls? Or are we going to fight back? Are we going to stand strong? Are we going to believe and fight for our principles, for our countries, for our individual freedoms? Yeah, we are. And I'll tell you, that group that I met with yesterday, I have never been so more optimistic of our future, because we've got fighters. And it's going to take a lot. Look, I am a freshman congresswoman in the minority. The last year and a half has been tough. I have a front row seat at all of these terrible, terrible bills, terrible decisions that are coming off the floor of the House. I have a front row seat. I get down on the floor and I give my best. I speak, truth to power. I write op-ed pieces. I'm on social media. I'm in interviews. I am submitting bills. I am asking questions at hearings of witnesses to try to bring forward that information. But if you read my social media, you would think I was one of the most hated people in the universe. The fact is, I have run for election 7 times and I've never lost an election. I have been outspent time and time again. But you fight, even if you think you are the only person who believes in what you're doing, because you know it's right. And you know it's right because it's grounded in your faith, it's grounded in your principles, and you've done the research to be prepared to be able to defend it. When I was 17, I thought I knew more than anybody. Moved out of my house, had 2 full-time jobs. I did that until I decided to go back to college. I fought. I wasn't going to let anybody tell me I couldn't do that. I got accepted to Cornell University and I went. I paid for it on my own and I signed all of those loan documents knowing what I was getting into. Took me 10 years to pay them off. It was worth every cent. I went to a very liberal school. Very liberal school. And I remember getting into discussions, debates with my professors. I remember classmates that I respected, that I was in debates with. But what I found is if you make it personal, you lose. If you understand the materials and you understand why you have those beliefs and you're able to defend them, it's the best thing you can do. Not making it personal, not being negative, and not being hateful. There were a couple of minds that I was able to change. There was a couple of professors who saw me in class day in and day out, saw me come to their office hours. They knew I was really wanting to know more. I may not agree with their opinion. And there was times that it cost me a grade or 2. It happens. It happens. But I still kept fighting. When I got in city council, I was the only woman on city council. I was looked down on. Absolutely happened. I got outspent 8-1 my first election. But why did I run? Because I saw that we needed to have more voices. We can call it diversity. I would just say stronger opinions. People who have a backbone and are willing to fight. I knew nobody on the city council. I was not about to have a ton of money. I didn't have any backing, but I knew 5 people who sort of had a relationship with what was going on in the city. I talked to those 5 people. I got their support. I asked for them to introduce me to 5 people. I talked to those 5 people. Met with those 5 people, asked them to talk. It was a guerrilla ground roots campaign. I got outspent 8-1 and I still won. When I became mayor, I got outspent 8-1, ran against a very well-known Very strong, very opinionated and nasty politician. He outspent me again 8-1, and I won because I worked. This last cycle, this seat that I won, Democrats spent nearly $17 million on trying to beat me. You thought you were up against everything. And, you know, you're hearing all these things in the media, you're seeing all these things in the paper, you're seeing all these things on social media. Hold strong. You can win. Just because you think that the rest of the world, because you're looking at this tiny little microcosm of social media, that's not who the rest of the world is. It's definitely not who the rest of Texas is. It's not the rest of who the country is. We have strong individuals who love our faith, love our freedom, and love our country. This very small vocal minority does not represent all of us. Does not even represent a majority of us. You will be tested. A lot of you, from what I understood yesterday, are being tested right now. Hold strong. When I was mayor of the city of Irving, we had an incident that got international press. We had a teenage boy that brought what looked like a bomb to school. It was called Clock Boy. He brought what looked like a bomb to school. And we had a number of our teachers who were very upset. They called our student resource officer, who responded the way that they would have responded to everybody. I backed our police officers because what they did in that instance was correct. It was absolutely correct. And you need to stand strong and back law enforcement. What I found the next morning was a world of hate. I thought I was completely on my own. But I did what I thought was right, because that, as an elected official, as an American, as a patriot, is what you do. You stand behind your convictions. You know why you're doing that. And I had no problem at all going out to the media, going out to my council, going out to my constituents, and saying exactly what I felt and why. And while New York Times might not have approved, while LA might not have approved, the fact is that in Irving, Texas, they absolutely did, and they supported our decision. Law enforcement definitely did. And as a result, we had the fifth safest city in the country. Doesn't happen by accident. Now, I'll tell you, we have a lot of challenges in our future. And as a Congress member who is a representative, who is a reflection of my community, my job is to get out and listen. Get out and hear what their priorities are, what they want me to be fighting for, the microphone that they want to have in D.C. And that's exactly what I'm doing. You see what's happening in the paper right now. You see the disasters, the crisis after crisis at the border. And tell me, in Texas, we feel it every day. But at this point in time, every single state is a border state, because we've got millions of folks coming in. We've got thousands of pounds of fentanyl coming in and coming into our streets and our communities. You look at what's happening with our supply chain. You look at what's happening with inflation. Everybody is paying more for gas. Everybody is questioning what now our foreign policy. But all of you in this room have an opportunity to be part of that future. Get involved, get engaged. Work for a campaign. Work for an office. We hire interns both in our district office, in our DC office. If you are up there, come look me up. We would love to show you around and see what your interests are. You have opportunities now. And if you don't want to work for a campaign, run yourself. Put yourself out there. The world is ready for women leaders. It has been for decades. I came in with a magnificent group of freshman women. We have more women now in Congress than we ever have in the past. But it's amazing, not one of us ran on identity politics. Not one of us ran saying, vote for me because I'm a woman. Don't do it. Don't fall back on that. Run because you are dedicated, because you're prepared to do the right thing, because you have a voice and are willing to use it. You have a backbone. You are willing to listen, and you are willing to lead. Run because you are the most dedicated person, and you are the best candidate. I'm telling you, that's the only thing. Money, influence, signatures on a list are nothing compared to what you have to offer as far as your principles, morals, and visions to your constituents. I love what I do. It is an honor. It is a privilege. At times, it is a beatdown, but it is a great job. When I first got elected, we were going in to the hall in the Capitol. It was during COVID, so they weren't letting us have a whole lot of dinner. Nancy Pelosi
inspiration. When you leave here, what's next? How do you turn that inspiration into action? And so I just want to give you a few next steps as we all get ready to head home and spread out back to our home states. The first one is to know your true identity. Ladies, we do not need one more activist for the sake of activism or politicians for the sake of politics. If we really want to engage this broken world, what we need is women like you, and men for that matter, who will ask themselves this question: what does the Lord require of me? Romans 12:2 tells us, do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, so that testing, you can determine the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. At Young Women for America, we take everything to the Bible first, because these are not just political issues. And ladies, you are sitting in this room, in this seat, next to the person to your right for a reason. God has placed you in this moment in history, and He wants to use you to be a vessel of His good work. What an honor, and what a responsibility. Young Women for America wants to help you steward that responsibility well, because these aren't just political issues. Genesis 1 tells us God created them male and female. He created them in His image, and He blessed them. When we say a man is a man and a woman is a woman, this isn't political, friends. This is a Genesis 1 issue. When Young Women for America shows up at the Supreme Court this coming Monday morning, just in case the Dobbs decision comes down, we are there because Psalm 139 tells us that we were knit together in our mother's womb. Our purpose is found in our faith, and our faith propels us. I want you guys to think for a moment about this time in history that the Lord has chosen to raise you up. It's June. Do you know what that means? Roe is about to be overturned. And God created you for this moment. He put you here. It's your turn to take up the torch. This is your fight. But secondly, make sure you're connected to the right people. The number one thing I hear from YWA leaders is how grateful they are for the friendships and community they found in YWA. Listen, I don't have to tell you that there's a war being waged for the hearts and minds of young people, because we see it and experience it every day. I do want to remind you that we are not fighting against flesh and blood. This isn't just bad faith actors and poor policy. We are fighting against spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. You need your battle buddies. And we have that strong community at YWA. Our faith is not a jacket that we take on and off. It's who we are. It's the reason that we engage in these cultural and political issues in the first place. So we'd love to connect with you. But finally, friends, take action. Young Women for America hosts a leadership training every year to give you the tools you need to be an articulate, educated activist. Because the worst kind of activist is an uninformed activist. We also provide training materials for all 7 of our core issues that dive into the biblical foundations, historical context, scientific research, and policies to make sure you're equipped to engage. And then we give you opportunities to go out and do the good work. Our Young Women for America leaders have lobbied at the Capitol. They have stood on the steps of the Supreme Court and shared their stories, signed letters to governors, been rally speakers across this country. And on December 1st, we brought 1,100 students to the steps of the Supreme Court for the Dobbs v. Jackson oral arguments. This year, our leaders have testified in state committee hearings across the country on behalf of Save Women Sportsvilles, and we were the only voice for young women outside the Georgia Tech Aquatic Center, while Leah Thomas stole championship titles from women inside. Young Women for America provides a voice for women on all public policy issues. And we actually have a 43-year history of equipping and training grassroots activists to pray, educate, and act. We get the work done, and we would absolutely love to have you join us. We're so glad to be here and join you this weekend. God bless you all, and I hope you have a safe travels home.
Point Young Women's Leadership Summit. I am so inspired by this marvelous gathering of wonderful, tenacious women. I can't help but feel a sense of encouragement and hope. Our movement began only a few short years ago and continues to surge as we have seen how devastating radically left ideas are when they control our country. Together, you are among powerful women who show up, fellow Americans who care for this country deeply. You have chosen to show up because you see the future this administration is creating for women and know it is a dark and dystopian one. You are not alone in your thinking. Over the past year, our team has been traveling the country and listening to the needs of our parents, our nation's children, our truckers, our teachers, our pastors, our mothers, our blue-collar workers. And one message resonates from every conversation we've had. This administration is destroying our country. Joe Biden and his acolytes have abandoned our families, broken our supply chain, turned off the valve of domestic oil to favor foreign interests while Americans pay a premium at the gas pump. They've turned our classrooms from places of education to indoctrination. They've targeted our churches and people of faith. They've continued their assault on our freedom of speech. They have destroyed the norms of our Supreme Court. They have left mothers scrambling to find food for their precious babies. And now they are attacking our Second Amendment rights. But you all have gathered today because together we have had enough. And I can tell you from what we are hearing from our fellow Americans, knowing there are women like you that want to fight for this country, I can tell you that we are taking our country back this fall and in 2024. It feels like only a short time ago that Donald Trump came down the escalator in Trump Tower to announce he was running for president. And the world changed. We saw who the media truly were. We saw the extent to which social media companies and corporations would leverage their power to keep the American people in the dark and help Democrats win elections. But Trump spoke the truth and connected our disunited electorate with a purpose, a cause. His words resonated with all of us because at the end of the day, we want what all Americans want. Protected borders and safe cities, freedom to raise our kids, earn an honest wage, and speak our minds. But the Washington swamp loathes the beautiful simplicity of that, the autonomy and freedom from the chaotic whims of Washington, D.C. They fail to understand that America thrives when we are protected and free to be enterprising and creative, thoughtful and industrious. It's why President Trump's message of "Make America Great Again" meant and means so much to so many. And believe me, they love to attack that slogan. The radical left and talking heads use labels and derogatory name-calling to pit us against our fellow Americans. They want to alienate the views of the quiet, law-abiding, tax-paying majority and make us seem out of touch or backwards. But like with all things, we fight back and refuse to let them define us or confine us. So what is Make America Great? Simple. We want to return to a country that builds things, a country feared and respected on the global stage, a country whose companies look out for their own people, and a country where freedom and liberty is presumed, not begged for. And sadly, making America great again is even more easy to define, simply by contrast. With Biden in office, because our nation has fallen and continues to fall behind on every metric. But we will stop him. Today, and every day till Election Day in 2022 and 2024, we say enough is enough. It is no coincidence that Joe Biden has an approval rating declining quicker than his cognitive function. He is a president who only understands cronyism, kickbacks, and Washington corruption. Let's be clear. This country is being run with bureaucratic inefficiency, with a president who even President Obama's defense secretary called wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades. Joe Biden and the Democrats are so wrong, in fact, that even the press sense a red wave is coming in November. Liberal commentators are starting to question whether this regime has it under control. Many have said this would never have happened under Donald Trump. People called us crazy during the 2020 election. President Trump warned us that Joe Biden would be a disaster for this country. Trump was right. Inflation, gas prices, shortages. We don't even have time to rattle off the entire list. But, without a doubt, Democrats in control of the House, Senate, and the White House has been a catastrophe for our country. Let's look at the record. Under President Trump, the economy performed at record high levels. President Trump delivered the lowest unemployment rate in half a century. Even in a once-in-a-100-year pandemic, President Trump was on pace to bring the economy roaring back to life after the virus brought our lives to a screeching halt. President Trump and his team devoted their efforts to cutting regulation, working with business leaders to reopen the economy, cut red tape, encourage jobs right here at home, and inspiring long-term confidence in our economy to give investors and business owners what they needed to hire, grow, and thrive. At the Economic Club in New York, President Trump predicted that Joe Biden and the policies of the left would unleash an economic disaster of epic proportions. Trump was right. Biden is asleep at the wheel and has driven us off of a fiscal cliff. Under his leadership, Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, and others in his administration have completely derailed the supply chain, causing massive inflation. Their economic policies stifle growth, and the doubling down effect of inflation only amplifies their ineptitude on managing the economy as a whole. Their only answer is to pass massive spending packages, which only increase prices, taxes, and the government debt. This makes sense when you consider that Joe Biden has been on the government payroll his entire life and hasn't met a congressional spending package he didn't like. It's tragic because we need better answers now as our problems only grow. A few months ago, Congress passed a $1.5 trillion spending package, which included aid to Ukraine, but dropped the $15.6 billion in COVID aid relief to Americans. And late last month, the Democrats sent $40 billion to Ukraine, while American families don't even have baby formula for their babies to drink. The Democrats resort to reckless, misappropriated spending and fail to tighten the belt at all in the face of a fiscal disaster. And they do it again and again and again reflexively. What's worse is that in a time of unprecedented government spending, we are seeing budget-breaking inflation. While the Biden White House would like you to believe that this is Putin-inspired inflation, the American people know better. Even Biden's own CNN and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen have been forced to concede that they were wrong on inflation and that it is not temporary, but is in fact accelerating. The truly scary thing is that unlike the Trump administration, where President Trump and his team sought to solve problems, the Biden administration only cares about how to message about them. They care more about how inflation polls and who they can blame, rather than promoting solutions, lowering prices, protecting supply lines, and actually getting Americans back to work. At a rally in Michigan in 2020, when speaking about how he thought Biden would handle COVID and the economy, President Trump predicted that Biden doesn't have a clue. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. Now, the emphasis of the Trump administration after the pandemic reached our shores was mitigation and recovery. The president cut off travel from China when it was unpopular. He leaned on Congress to provide aid to businesses and struggling Americans. The president encouraged governors to reopen their economies and disseminated guidance nationwide on testing and effective antibody treatments. Then, blubbering bureaucrat Biden happened. The Biden administration squandered resources, attacked anyone who strayed from their messaging, and encouraged governors to keep lockdowns. That is, until the polling changed. Overnight, COVID was over for the Biden administration. Conveniently, masks were scrapped before the State of the Union. Suddenly, liberal mayors and governors across our country in unison began lifting lockdowns and easing restrictions. Some even had the audacity to say that it was their idea and that Democrats were the ones trying to reopen public schools and Republicans were standing in the way. Some Democrats' shamelessness has no floor. But let's not let him off the hook. As in all things Biden, his administration even blundered a fantastic groundwork laid by the Trump administration. Almost as if they like to divide people, Biden called the pandemic a, quote, pandemic of the unvaccinated. Blue checks on Twitter. Journalists and liberal politicians began thinking aloud whether unvaccinated individuals should be denied hospital care. It's disgusting. But the Biden administration and their elite friends never pass an opportunity to let you know how superior they are. This time, they just said the quiet part out loud. How extreme did the Biden blunder go? The Democrats established vaccine passports, encouraged employers to force vaccinations on their workers. And when that didn't work, they tried to force firings by federal law. Overnight, employers and even the federal government were laying off tens of thousands of workers. For what? For making a personal health choice? In some states, you could go to the liquor store or a strip club, but not to church. You could attend a Black Lives Matter protest, but not your grandmother's funeral. How progressive. It just goes to show the courage and resolve that the Democrats and Joe Biden lack, and by contrast, President Trump and his administration possessed and maintain to this day. And even from the origin of COVID, amidst immense media backlash, President Trump was willing to correctly state that the coronavirus came from China. And while Nancy Pelosi was gallivanting around celebrating Chinese New Year at the start of the pandemic, President Trump and his administration were putting Chinese President Xi Jinping on notice that we knew where the virus came from and that the American people were angry that the Chinese communists not only did nothing to stop the spread, but hid important data from the rest of the international community. Even before the pandemic, President Trump talked tough to China, and he took action. Trump's trade war with China protected American companies and, most importantly, American intellectual property. His administration took vital steps to insulate our supply chain from being taken hostage by the CCP and pronounced on the world stage that the era of American companies being taken for a ride was over. President Trump recognized the real threat. And while we are talking about foreign affairs, remember that Trump warned us. Everything Biden touches turns into a calamity and a total disaster. It's one train wreck after another. Under Trump, we were respected on the world stage and feared by our enemies. We experienced international growth for American companies and brought entire industries back to the United States. President Trump made unprecedented inroads with radical dictators like Kim Jong-un and successfully negotiated the release of American hostages. President Trump, as commander-in-chief, eliminated ISIS and took out Iranian terrorist Qasem Soleimani. Trump's administration procured peace under the Abraham Accords between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, opening up trade relationships and travel. Under Trump, the United States was at peace. Times have certainly changed from the American dominance of only 2 years ago. The world watched as President Biden bungled the American withdrawal from Afghanistan. We all saw as the administration left our allies and Americans stranded in Afghanistan. They handed billions of dollars of military equipment to the Taliban. When they are not giving away our weapons to our enemies, the Biden administration is more focused on making sure our military has the proper diversity training than rather ensuring we have the most lethal military on the planet. Sensing our weakness and ineffectiveness, it's been widely reported that foreign officials won't even take President Biden's calls. That's unacceptably dangerous considering China is flexing its muscles in the Taiwan Straits and Russia has invaded Ukraine. The White House is constantly running cleanup for a president who is so delusional and inept that his every misstatement is nearly an international incident. They continue to blame a stutter. For the time Biden called for the assassination of Vladimir Putin, which is a pretty astounding fact. I've never come across a speech impediment in a person that was consistently angling us towards World War III. It is a sad state of affairs that the Oval Office, once the epicenter of foreign affairs, has been reduced to just a semi-round room for a feeble man. Speaking of which, Joe Biden's commute from the White House to the West Wing is so short that he probably hasn't noticed that Americans are actually paying the price for his backwards policies at the pump and on everyday goods and services. The administration continues to be out of touch and directly in opposition to American growth and energy independence. On the debate stage in October 2020, President Trump called out Biden for his radical position on energy. Remember what he said? Trump said he is going to destroy the oil industry. On the very first day in office, Biden pulled the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline, a pipeline that would have substantially increased the American oil supply. At the same time, Biden approved the Russia-backed Nord Stream 2 pipeline. He weakened us at home and helped our rivals abroad. Solid work, Joe. The pain is being felt at the pump, too. Gas prices are racing towards $10 per gallon in parts of this country. As a result, the American people are hurting. It has a multiplying effect, too. As gas prices go up, everything gets more expensive. What's the Biden administration's answer? Calm down. They tell us just have a margarita. Former Press Secretary Jen Psaki says, just buy an electric car. Pete Buttigieg says their insensitivity to the needs of the American people is as callous and out of touch as we've seen in decades coming from the White House. They actually pull out a press release last year patting themselves on the back for saving Americans 14 cents at our 4th of July barbecues. Which, ask an economist, the buying power of that 14 cents is now worth more like 2 cents today. And their plans for the economy and environment are anti-American. Biden's chief campaign promise was for us to return to the Paris Climate Accords. This is a deal that throttles down the American economy while allowing countries like China to pollute at record levels with no enforcement mechanism other than finger-wagging from the other signatories. It's backwards thinking and a race to the bottom for American energy. Trump predicted that Biden would kill American oil and energy independence. Trump was right. I am so thankful for Turning Point USA and for all of you gathering today, building lifelong friendships with other like-minded women, gaining leadership skills, and deciding to make our voices heard. But what we have seen over the past few years is the devastating lengths some will go to in this country to silence conservatives. Big tech is a real threat to democracy and a free people and society. Donald Trump told us big tech is shutting down an entire group of people, not just me, he said. They're shutting down the voice of a tremendously powerful and a much larger group. Imagine living in a time where the President of the United States is prevented from having a voice on social media, but the supreme leader of Iran can tweet death to America. Totally sane, rational people living out in Silicon Valley. As he said, it's not just Donald Trump that was removed from all social media in coordination at the beginning of 2021. It's people like us and people that think like us that get purged every day. It's something out of a 1984 novel or a communist cultural revolution. It really makes you wonder what values Twitter actually holds when you can post pornography of death to America on their platform, but not certain conservative ideas. And the Biden administration has been the sole beneficiary of big tech's allegiance to the messaging. Let's not forget that the Obama and now Biden White House was just a revolving door to actually work at big tech giants. The Obama administration created policies hostile to conservatives. Then these same officials left and took jobs in Silicon Valley, hardwiring these policies and views into tech giants, only to now return to Washington in the Biden administration, codifying these messages with unified support from big tech. This administration truly is the nexus of corporatism, wokeism, and cronyism. President Trump warned us that we needed to break up the big tech monopolies or we'd be subjugated and our voices silenced. Speaking of corruption, details are emerging that the everyday Joe Biden might not be as clean as he has made himself out to be. Donald Trump told us on 60 Minutes. Do you remember? He said that the Biden scandal is, quote, one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen. Never forget what happened in the fall of 2020. The New York Post reported that a laptop ditched by Hunter Biden at a repair shop contained an email in which Hunter Biden introduced his father to a top Ukrainian energy company executive less than a year before Joe Biden pressured Ukrainian officials into firing a prosecutor who was investigating the same company. That is just the tip of the iceberg of this laptop, which has been verified and contains evidence of illicit activities. Democrats, including Jen Psaki, called it Russian disinformation, and social media companies helped their comrades by suspending the New York Post's Twitter account and prevented dissemination of the story on their site. Why? Because they knew if the American people knew the extent of the Biden crime family, there is no way he could beat Donald Trump. Now, more than a year after the fact, and since we aren't in a presidential election year, the New York Times has finally reported what the New York Post and other conservative outlets reported in the fall of 2020. Quoting from the New York Times, the New York Times, from a cache of files that appears to have come from a laptop abandoned by Mr. Biden in a Delaware repair shop. Many other news outlets have similarly been able to verify the laptop's contents. Would you look at that? But the scandal goes deeper than just the email introduction. Federal investigators are apparently looking beyond just tax fraud, but a range of overseas business transactions, money laundering, and pay-to-play schemes orchestrated by Hunter in connection with Joe. Remember when they spent 4 years under Trump alleging collusion and election tampering and Russian coordination? Remember when multiple investigations came up empty, completely exonerating President Trump? Of course you do. It would seem that everything they accused President Trump of doing, they were actually doing themselves. If this is what the New York Times is reporting, and it's this serious, imagine what they are holding back. Trump warned us years ago that this scandal was deep. Trump was right. Unfortunately, it's not enough to be right. Donald Trump is not a man to be a Monday morning quarterback and shout, "I was right" at the TV. No, this president is a fighter, just as you all are fighters. He and all of us are angry about how far our nation has fallen under blundering Biden. We are tired of a Congress that is out of touch and who is spending our nation into financial ruin. We are embarrassed that our president flounders on the international stage and are furious that he has abandoned our allies and aided our enemies. We are disgusted by the corruption of the Biden family and Washington politics as usual. We are done being silenced by big tech. And you know what? We as conservative women are tired of being sidelined as though our views don't matter. It's not enough to be right anymore. The stakes are too great. It's not enough to be angry about gas prices and inflation, frustrated that we're told we can't have a say in our child's education, worried about not having baby formula or food to put on the table, or scared that Biden has created an unsafe world. We must fight back. We have to not only say we are right, but fight for our rights. We must be loud. We must attend our city council meetings and school board meetings. We must demand accountability from our leaders. We must register our neighbors and our friends to vote. And we must, and we will, vote in November. There are women rising up all around our great country. Women running our office, registering voters, battling for their children, our future. We are the lifeblood of this nation right now. We are the backbone demanding action. Trump was right. There are more of us, and we grow by the day. The left wants conservative women to be quiet, to sit politely down. But we've got news for them. We are not going to be silent majority anymore. We're going to be loud. Trump was right, and we're right. And we will be right in November when we take back Congress. And we will be right in 2024 when we take back the White House. We will be on the right side of history. God bless you all, and God bless this great country. And together, we will make America great again. Thank you.
Hey everyone, it's Erica Kirk, and we are so blessed to have you at YWLS this year. Unfortunately, I had a last-minute family emergency come up, and family comes first. So my amazing, incredible, talented, smart, brilliant husband, I'm not biased at all, will be filling in for me. You guys are in good hands. But really just enjoy the conference, make some new friends, make some new memories, embrace all of the wisdom that these speakers have to offer, and just have a blast, have a good time. And a quick shout out to the Bible and 365 family that's attending this year. You guys are loved. But if you have a quick minute, go check out the Proclaim Streetwear and Charlie Kirk booth. We have some new designs that are exclusive for the conference. So you guys are amazing. Just have fun. You guys are missed. I'll see you guys soon. God bless.
Let me catch you up to speed. 462nd best male swimmer, best female swimmer, NCAA champion. Do you see a problem with that? And we shouldn't allow that to happen.
Why would you transition yourself just to become better at a sport?
Because you're a narcissist. That's why. Thank you, everybody. All right, I think it's going to be the best use of our time if we just go straight into questions here. And so we can start lining up for that. But first, I have an announcement that we want to make here. So how many people here, this is your first Turning Point USA event? Raise your hand. That is awesome. So we want you to continue to grow with us and to come to more Turning Point USA events, because I know a lot of you are probably like, wait a second, this is over in like an hour. And by the way, how many people here have met some new friends that you're going to stay in touch with? How awesome is that? And so coming up in just a couple of weeks, we have our Student Action Summit in Tampa, Florida. And yes, it's boys and girls together. We have, sponsored by Turning Point Action, President Donald Trump, who will be speaking. Ron DeSantis will be speaking. Kayleigh McEnany, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, Greg Gutfeld, Donald Trump Jr., Kat Timpf, Jesse Waters, and so many more. So applications are wide open, everybody. And you got to get your spot before it runs out. So here's what we're going to do. For just YWLS attendees, we are going to waive the registration fee for the next 50 people, okay, that confirm your registration, okay? So the next 50 people that are also at YWLS, and hopefully you're one of the first 50, okay? And so it's very similar kind of setup, much bigger room, might I add. And where else will you be able to, and by the way, there's some other huge speakers that have yet to be announced. We're working on some pretty big things. And so if you want to get more training, if you want to come to a different type of event this summer, bring your friends, maybe road trip, because flights are so expensive. So, but Student Action Summit, you will be getting an email from us. All you have to do is confirm your registration, but we're going to waive the registration fee for the first 50 people here at YWLS that confirm your spot. It's a pretty awesome deal. Okay, let's get to some questions.
Hi, I'm Liberty. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I was wondering, how do you stay motivated, getting into politics and all of that stuff? How do you keep yourself motivated to learn more and keep researching?
It's a great question. Your name is literally Liberty. That's awesome. That's amazing. So Turning Point USA celebrates 10 years tomorrow. It's amazing. And our 10-year anniversary. Look, you have to have drive, and you have to be somebody that wants it really bad. And I think a lot of you do, but it's not for everybody. If you get involved in politics, you have to be willing to lose all your friends. You have to be willing to be bullied, harassed, called awful names, probably publicly doxxed, and be unfairly attacked for a long period of time. However, the good part about getting involved in this fight is that it's totally worth it. Is that you're actually doing something meaningful, not just rearranging numbers at some accounting firm. That you're actually defending the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. And so the best way to, let's say, continue the drive is to be able to answer the why. And if you can't answer the why, then you shouldn't get involved in this. And the why is the most important question, which is, I want my kids to live in a free country. And when you look at things intergenerationally, all of a sudden you stop being the most important person in the world, and you start fighting for future generations that they might also enjoy this nation. And so, look, you have to know why you're getting involved in it. And you brought up a good point, which is, one of the things I want to encourage everybody in this room to do is take learning very seriously. For about an hour to an hour and a half every single day, I turn my phone on airplane mode and I'm listening to a book, reading a book, listening to something, taking a Hillsdale online course, by the way, which all of you could do, charlieforhillsdale.com. All their online courses are amazing, and we partner with Hillsdale College. I've taken 15 of them. There's 30 of them, and they're tough. I mean, it's work, but it's fulfilling. You'll learn everything about from economics to the Constitution, the Declaration, to American history. But that's the kind of drive that I think will make you be a differentiating factor. And I'll just say this, that drive is diminishing generation after generation. Generation Z is not as driven even as some people in Millennials. And what do I mean by that? It's just being willing to show up early and stay late and not act as if there's anything special because you worked extra hours. So that's the great differentiator, but you got to be able to answer the why. Great question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Hardy, and I'm a mom with my daughter. My question is about college. So my husband and I differ on this. I feel like she needs to go. She is in school. She was at Point Loma University. That lasted one semester, and a big chunk of change pulled her out because they were not doing Turning Point USA, would not honor the chapter. So the struggle now is she pulled back. She's at the community college for a short time until she can transfer in. The problem is, how do we take a stand for not vaccinated? I don't want to be. I'm not taking the jab. I don't want my kids to take the jab. But I do. My husband says, screw it. We're done with school. She doesn't need school. She's a go-getter. She can do it all day long on her own. I'm kind of like, she needs an education. But there's a struggle here because young people can't go to school if they give into the jab or the boosters or
Right.
all of that. So what are we doing as parents to
Great question.
support this?
Can I ask you a question? So why do you think she needs to go to college?
Well, she probably, okay, let me just say this. My husband went to college for 3 days. And when he found out they didn't take roll, he's like, I'm out of here. He's a self-made millionaire. He's worked his ass off his whole life. Zoe has the exact same. She's just like that, so I get it. I guess sometimes I just think, and I might get booed here, but I do think that women are overlooked because we don't have enough credentials. We haven't gotten up to this area in the workforce, so we are overlooked. So my thing to her is like, girl, get out there and get as many things as you can under your belt and with you as a tool and a strategy so that you can go out and
That's actually that's the best answer I've ever. That's the best answer. I totally disagree, but that's actually the best answer I've ever heard. I want to not because your intent is right, which is that it's a tough world, and I want my child to be able to at least have the credentials, right? And you answered it correctly, which is you didn't say that college was going to make her smarter or wiser. It was just going to be like, we need the boxes checked. So look, I never tell people what to do in their own personal decisions because there's multiple millions of factors of micro decisions that I'm not able to kind of see into. But I'll just kind of give you some kind of general wisdom, which is outside of a couple colleges in America, I think college is a colossal waste of time. I really do. And so now let me clarify. If you want to be an engineer, a lawyer, or a doctor, then I think there's a path for that. But a vast majority of people that go to college go to study the humanities or they go for a communications degree and all that. I'm not trying to insult you if you're studying those things, by the way, okay? You were just told to go get a piece of paper and borrow a bunch of money you don't have to study things that don't matter, to find jobs that don't exist, right? And that cycle continues. And so college has this impression by upper middle class society as kind of being this rite of passage, and they're going to find themselves. And that can happen with some people, for sure. I think some people definitely grow in college. I will say that young women generally get a lot more out of college than young men, I think, and that's just a general rule. So your gut instinct in that way isn't totally wrong. But she's at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here, so she's probably exempt from this. However, parents need to hear this. When you send your child to college, you're going to play Russian roulette with their values. And I hear this every single day from parents. Again, we have over 100,000 donors at Turning Point USA, and we get thousands of letters every single month. Charlie, I sent my kid to this college, and our relationship has never been the same. They no longer have faith. They hate the country, and I don't know what happened to them. And I paid for it. And so I know that's probably not a fear for you, but the question is, what do you think you're going to get out of it, right? If you admit it's just kind of a credential and I need to get that piece of paper, then that's the proper way to go into it, right? And know that they're going to try to indoctrinate you at every corner. But let me also say this, though. You say your daughter's a go-getter and has drive. College has a tendency and has a track record of destroying that. It has a tendency to actually make you think less of your entrepreneurial instincts. Has a tendency to make you just think, go get a corporate job, and because now you got to pay off your student loan debt. We need more entrepreneurs in our country. We need more people to take risks. And I always laugh when people say, and I mean no offense by this, so please, people say, I'm studying entrepreneurship. Like, you don't study entrepreneurship. You do entrepreneurship, okay? You go take the risk, you get in the marketplace. And so, look, everybody's different. For me, college wasn't the right choice. I took a gap year. It's been a gap decade now. And I understand that in upper middle class society, what I just talked about is kind of a thought crime, right? But I'll say one last thing to parents, and I'll leave it at this, right? Which is it about your child's future, or is it about your fear that you might have to turn to your neighbors or your relatives and say, Johnny isn't going to college? That's tough, because deep down, parents talk a good game. They're like, yeah, we need more welders, we need more electricians, we need more HVAC, we need more, and everyone agrees, right? But my kid's not going to work construction. My kid's going to be in an air-conditioned office with a degree looking at a screen all day long. So it's something to think about, because a vast majority of young people, especially young men, when asked the question, they believe they're getting nothing out of their college degree, it's a waste of time, and that they can't wait to get out of it. It's a really expensive track and trajectory that we're on. By the way, the national graduation rate is 59%. How many of you know someone that dropped out of college? Raise your hand. Every hand goes up. If you had a 41% chance of getting food poisoning from a restaurant, they'd be closed down and they'd all be indicted for mass poisoning. And yet 41% of kids that go to college drop out. Maybe we have too many kids going in the first place. Thank you for your question.
Hi, Charlie. My name's Ivana, and my question is, you have often talked about monopolies are bad. Yes. But if you took all government involvement out of monopolies, such as tax corruption or laws supporting big tech, would monopolies still be bad? And if so, explain in detail why.
That's a great question. It's a very thoughtful question. So let's talk first, why are monopolies bad? So one of the principles of the Constitution that we love is this idea of separation of powers. And so we believe that not one person, one organization should be able to have unchecked power over another, which is where we get the principle of checks and balances. And so, in its intent, the United States Constitution was written to say that absolute power corrupts absolutely, as Sir Lord Acton would say. So therefore, we believe that there should always be checks on that kind of a power, right? So then you bring it to kind of what you're talking about as private company monopolies, which is, what is the check and balance on a private company? Well, that's competition and market forces, usually. And so what's happened, though, and this is something where a lot of conservatives, in my personal opinion, we need to kind of think a little bit more openly about things, is what happens when Google becomes stronger than your government. What happens when Google becomes its own monopoly? Because we should have the premise, right, of separation of powers and checks and balances. So how do we check Google? Well, we start a competitor, is what we're always told, right? Like Parler, and then they eliminate Parler in one night when Amazon, Google, and Apple decided it should no longer exist. Now, your question was very specific, which is, if we got rid of the cronyism and the tax loopholes and all of this, would monopolies still exist? We don't know. That's I think, a nice thought exercise for a college economics course, but it's not rooted in anything that we're even close to grasping in reality right now. So we could guess, we could say maybe, we could say it might, but here's what I do know right now, is that we as conservatives must be honest that our liberty granted by God is under attack by both the government and private companies, both. And that's something that we have to wrestle with, right? Because, and I'll let you have a follow-up in a second, which is, we as conservatives always believe that the market will then have a check on these private companies. But what happens when those private companies start to work in collusion with one another? Right? When Google starts to look out for Apple's best interests, that look out for Facebook's best interests, against your best interest, to silence our voice and then get our kids addicted to screens at ages 7, where they do nothing but stare at Instagram and TikTok feeds all day long, and we're told that somehow this is a better thing. That's the question that conservatives need to answer. So my general let's say, argument for this is, I want to try to make market forces to solve problems that government created. But when it comes to the Silicon Valley companies in particular, and you do not have a check on power, I believe that's a moral question. Quick follow-up. Yeah.
Well, I guess it's also like people, you talk about this, and I don't want to say like I'm for monopolies. I'm not. But at the same time, with capitalism, like, how far should we be regulating that? Because in my head, I'm thinking, well, no, we shouldn't be regulating the market. The government shouldn't be involved. Yeah. But then we have these big monopolies. I mean, there's not a really clear line, and you might not have an answer, but I guess that's where I've been thinking.
Yeah, that's a great question. So where do you draw the line? There's a great word that comes from a Greek word, which means basically common sense, called prudence. Right? So I think we can all agree that if you have 150 million active users in America, you probably should be treated a little bit differently than the local bakery or the local coffee shop, right? I mean, that's just prudence, right? You look at that, you're like, okay, wait a second, I understand market principles, but when all of a sudden the business model of Instagram is to try to hire a bunch of neuroscientists to get 8-year-olds addicted to staring at screens all day long, I'm not going to all of a sudden be like, well, that's the market. I'm like, actually, no, that's no different than pushing opioids on kids in a lesser extent. And so that's where we have to balance the beauty of the market and the ability to improve people's lives with also the human cost. So the best word is prudence. How do you come across a prudent decision? Dialogue, discussion, and also understanding what the end goal is. The end goal is not profit for profit's sake. This is where libertarians disagree with me. The end goal is human flourishing and the pursuit of virtue and people to live happy and faith-filled lives. That's the end goal. And so as markets allow us to achieve that goal, I'm all for it. When all of a sudden these massive companies start to act, I think, in ways that are a little more, let's say, reckless, then we have to start to consider other options. Wonderful question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Halia. I was fortunate enough to be a homeschool student all the way through high school. So I just graduated high school and I'll be going off to college this fall to study nursing. And I was just wondering, so for students that haven't exactly faced adversity before, what advice would you give for if I want to be part of like a Students for Life club or like a Turning Point USA chapter? What advice would you give for students that haven't handled that before?
It's a great question. So I think too highly of all of you to lie to you. Your life is going to be temporarily miserable. It will. Every high school friend you thought that was close to you, not every, but most, will start sending you nasty messages. How many of you experienced this as soon as you come out as a conservative? Yeah, of course. And so you just got to be ready for it. And you got to make that decision, right? I'm not going to give any kind of false impressions or but here's the cool thing, is that in life, you want to be the person that grows tougher as the circumstances grow more difficult, not that you run away from tough situations. So the cool thing is God made us as human beings, as creatures that adapt, and we adapt really well. You're going to get stronger through that. And it'll be tough, and you'll be texting your friends that don't want to talk to you anymore, like, why are you doing this? And I don't understand. And then you're going to make new friends. And then all of a sudden, trial and tribulation isn't going to really faze you. Because guess what? That's not going to be the last kind of chapter of adversity you're going to face as a human being. And this is one of the things, this is why the left is so fragile, and this is why we are going to beat the left, is because they run away from these sort of difficulties. They're like, you're making me unsafe, like life is actually unsafe. Like, get tougher and stop trying to make the world adjust to your sort of mental paranoia. Like, the world is full of risks. Driving here is a risk. Living is a risk. You cannot be happy if you are afraid of risk all the time. It's this mass neurosis that has kind of just spread across our land. So lean in if that's what you want for your life, but be ready that you might lose job opportunities, internships. People will look at you differently. They're going to try to tar and feather you. You're going to have people try to say that, oh yeah, you're making a mistake. You can look around and know that you're not alone, but you're going to be tougher because of it. And here's the other good news. You have a big organization like Turning Point USA that has your back. That's going to make it easy for you to do that. Okay? God bless you.
Hi, my name's Maddie, and I'm from Arkansas, and I'm just wondering what your advice is to women in their mid-20s to early 30s who have desired to get married and have children early on, but they're having a hard time meeting a man to settle down with who will be a leader and initiator of the relationship.
Great question. Okay, so the best place to meet a man is, this is the equation, okay? So go find a Bible-believing church. This is how you do it, okay? Get to know the pastor's wife, and tell her that you want to find a husband, and it will happen. I'm not kidding. I'm telling you, pastors' wives are always setting people, they know the whole roster of men, they're always looking. It's a gifting, I'm telling you. Pastors' wives, they just get it. I've seen more marriages happen there. But it's more than just kind of looking at the church as a dating tool, which is helpful, obviously. But get involved in the church, right? Is volunteer, get involved in Bible ministries or small group ministries, as I mean. That's a great place because at least there's some form of shared values. And then this is the other thing, which is tell people you're actively looking for somebody. I know that, and don't be desperate, but be like, look, I've kind of been striking out the last couple of years. You know, if you know anyone, that'd be great. And then be open-minded and willing for what God might have in store for you. But it's not going to happen just by kind of sitting at home and be like, he's going to crash through the window at any moment. Okay. Maybe, probably not, right? And so you got to put yourself in kind of those environments where that is going to be fostered and that is going to happen. And be active, right? Make yourself presentable and present yourself to the world in a way where at any moment you could meet your future partner, right? And so then I'll kind of go back to the other advice I gave earlier, which is hold yourself to a high standard. Here's the thing, is that in a world where men, unfortunately, are oversaturated to be able to get whatever they want, whenever they want it, have the self-discipline to all of a sudden be like, well, if you want me, then you're going to have to get your act together. Because you think about it, it's the opposite, right? It's something that some women struggle with, which is like, hey, if I'm going to get in a relationship with you and I'm going to partner with you, you know, we're going to have to have some very clear guidelines and rules, such as some women make the decision that I'm saving myself for marriage. And I think that's awesome, by the way. I think it's honorable. I think it's phenomenal. And so that could be difficult for some people. But I think the church is the best place, and pastors' wives. I'm telling you, it's the secret. God bless you. Thank you.
My name's Catherine. I'm from Minnesota. I go to a small Christian school, and so I was wondering, what would your advice be? Because a lot of my friends share Christian values, biblical values for things like abortion, but they're not really interested or as passionate maybe as I am, because they don't want to get into the divisiveness of it. Kind of coming from the idea that Jesus is first, which I can't disagree with because that is for my life, but how can I also encourage them that this is how we can fight for spreading the truth of the gospel as well?
It's a phenomenal question. So we have TPUSA Faith that we launched last year to help answer this question, all right? So let me kind of just add some context to this. We have people of all different faiths and backgrounds here, and people of no faith, and you're all welcome here at Turning Point USA. We're all in the fight for liberty. I'm very open about my faith. It's the most important thing in my life. I gave my life to Christ in 5th grade, and it's the greatest thing a human being can do. So that's the most important thing, number one. So my life's work is involved in the second most important thing, which is to make sure you could do the first thing. To make sure you could have church, to make sure that you can have religious conscience, to make sure you can live in a free society where you're able to worship your Creator and be able to spread the gospel. And so this is the tension point, which is some Christians will say that nowhere in the Bible are there examples of people trying to influence government or trying to influence secular government for God's purpose. Well, they're going to have to explain Esther, Mordecai, Nehemiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, and Joseph, but that's a separate issue. Because all throughout the scriptures, there are heroes that we elevate of God's chosen people trying to influence secular government. And then also I would encourage you to kind of present to them Jeremiah 29:7. People talk a lot about Jeremiah 29:11, but Jeremiah 29:7 is a verse where it says, demand the welfare for the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. That's the Lord speaking. And that is God saying that you should care about your country, that you should care about your nation. So the question then is, well, how should I care about it as a Christian? Because it just seems so unclear. Well, I think there's three easy issues that Christians can all agree on. The church is essential and it should never be shut down or locked down again by any government or bureaucrat. Number two, life begins at conception and every single life is worthy of protection. And number three, God created man and God created woman, and we're not overthinking it. It's that simple, right? So hopefully they'll be able to agree on part of it. But you mentioned an interesting thing, which is they do not want to engage in the divisiveness. Well, they should read parts of Luke where Jesus said, I did not come to unite, but I came to divide. And I'm going to turn father against son, and I'm going to turn brother against brother. Look, here's the harsh part of the gospel that people don't always want to talk about. And that's right, I said harsh, which is that if you believe in the gospel, you also believe in damnation. And you believe in truth. We want the truth for all people. But if somehow there's been this kind of whitewashing of somehow I can't say anything that's going to offend anybody, well, you know, if you kind of dive deeper into like, hey, if you don't accept your life as Christ, it's not going to work out very well for you in eternity. What we really have to challenge your friends with, which is, how exactly is the gospel not divisive? It's so clear. It says, whether it be the treatment of children or not accepting Jesus as the Lord and Savior, it's, for God so loved the world, for he sent his one and only begotten Son, for whoever does not believe in him shall not perish. That's pretty harsh. But perishing, in the verse that many of us identify as the most hopeful verse in the Bible. But the final thing I'll say is this, is God's heart for his children, both in an earthly way and an eternal way, is for us to live in liberty and not to live under tyranny. It is a story of Exodus. It's the story of Jesus. The truth will set us free. And I believe it's also our mission here, part of our mission, to make sure that we do not live under dictatorship, authoritarianism, or centralized control. God wants us to live free. Thank you. Okay, we'll do two more.
Hi, my name is Cecily. I'm from Katy, Texas, and I want to say God bless America and let's make America great again. And thank you for being here.
Awesome. Thank you. Do you have a question?
No.
Okay, all right. All right, we'll take two more. If someone wants to get in line really quick, okay, there you go. That's it. The taker has come. Okay.
Hi, I'm Elise. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I am also a lifelong homeschooler, and I was wondering, what advice would you give to someone who is still figuring out what they would like to do career-wise, and I mean like a business, who has so many passions and interests? Would you like recommend a Mike Rowe approach where you choose something that you know makes money and you have time to pursue interests, or start a business that has something to do with your passion and monetize that somehow?
I might give you a piece of advice you haven't heard. What's your skill? What are you good at?
I'm journalism, writing, photography, music, kind of that.
Which of your skills do you also have a passion for?
All of those?
Okay, good. So my passion is not directly correlated with my skill. If it was up to me, I would just do college football all day long, nonstop, and that's it. Not exactly my skill, okay? I mean, I know enough to be dangerous about it, but I found something I was good at, communication, speaking, and also something I had a passion for. So the intersection of your passion and skill is going to be your purpose. And that's something where, because sometimes you have to realize your passion is not something you're very good at. People say, follow your passion. Terrible advice. Awful advice. Follow your passion that you actually are above average at as well, right? That's the advice I would give to you. So this is why I'm not a fan of college, is because when you're 18, 19, and 20, that's when you should be going to ask people that are good at what they're doing and figuring out if it's actually something you're passionate about. Because you might think you're passionate about it because you took a Journalism 101 course and you're like, man, this is terrible. Good. If you find out what you don't want to do when you're 18, you've saved all that time of not going and borrowing money and taking all those classes. Finding out what you don't want to do is really, really powerful and great. So, and I'll just reinforce that. If you do not know what you want to do with your life, find something you're good at and something that you're passionate about, and then find somebody who's already established in that career and go look at them in the eyes and say, can I work for you for free? I will clean the floors. I will bring you coffee. And guess what? They will be so blown away because of the lack of hunger and drive in the world. They'll be like, yeah, sure. And guess what? After 6 months, if you really apply yourself and you show up early, you will be further ahead in that particular company 99% of the time than the kids that just graduated from UT and Texas Tech. 99% of the time. Because here's what's going to happen. Month 4, month 5, month 6, someone's going to not show up to work. And an opening will happen. They'll be like, hey, you've been doing a good job. Can you fill in for a second? And that will be your time to then all of a sudden step up. And they're like, all right, I could just hire you. And now, this is a step, right? That's a leap of faith. Because, as we talked about, right, some parents say, got to have the piece of paper to do that. I'm an employer, right? We employ 400 plus people at Turning Point USA. Piece of paper means nothing to me. I care about your character, your drive, and your integrity. And I think that's what employers are going to be looking more and more for. Thank you.
All right, last question.
Hi, I'm Reagan. I'm from Colorado Springs. And I was just wondering, as like a young adult, a teenager, how do I assert myself into the political world and kind of like get into it more, I guess, and become a character in it?
So start a Turning Point USA chapter, number 1. Number 2, go to the beautiful church in Colorado Springs. They do an amazing job. Is it Fervent or Brave? Fervent Church. They're in Colorado Springs. They'd love to talk to you in the back of the room. They're an amazing church. I spoke there. We had a packed event. But here's the thing. Look, and it's kind of a recurring theme that I'm going to kind of put forward. At Turning Point USA, there's a multitude of opportunities to get engaged, get involved, start a chapter, you become a leader, all these amazing things. But also just speaking out and learning how to articulate your beliefs at a younger age is really important. Like the lunch table conversations or the conversations with your friends, because you're going to hear arguments that you might not have heard. Here's the cool thing, though. At Turning Point USA and our library of podcasts and videos, there is not an argument from the left that we have not heard that we can't help you with. And as you kind of grow and you're like, wow, that's an interesting argument. I want to be you will grow stronger. You'll grow wiser. And guess what? The other side, as time moves on, they don't have those they do not sharpen their arguments as they get older. They just repeat the pablum over and over again, where so many of you, like, as you start to dive deep, you're like, oh yeah, I know how to respond to that, or I know how to respond to this, and you become a better activist and a better communicator. But the younger you get involved, in my personal opinion, the better. And it's a leap of faith, but there's a great community that would love to support you in Colorado Springs, and you start that Turning Point chapter, it'll change your life. So, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, thank you. We're good, thank you. All right, close this, and then we have a very special speaker coming up. So, we'll close out the conference in a minute. Just a reminder, SAS, Student Action Summit, okay? Make sure you guys register for that. It's going to be incredible. Ron DeSantis, President Trump, so many other people. And I just want to thank all of you the last couple of days that have gone outside your comfort zone to say hello to people and introduce yourself to people that did not come here, came here and didn't know anybody. So thank you for doing that. It's amazing the amount of testimonials that are just pouring in. It's just awesome. And once this general session is over, please make sure you support our sponsors one last time. Go by the Turning Point Action booth and the Turning Point USA Chapter High School and Get Involved booth. And I'm the only thing standing in the way of, I think, one of your most favorite speakers here. So we'll allow that to happen, and I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you, guys.
What's up, YWLS? Paige Rue here. This is one of the most epic events in the conservative movement, obviously, but the party doesn't stop here. You, yes you, can get involved in TPUSA action happening around the country throughout the year. Learn more, start a chapter, and maybe even meet more 2A baddies by texting PAGE to 7-1776. Don't miss your shot.
Hi everyone, it's Ryan McEnany. I am here to tell you about a project that I've been working on. It's called The Right Stuff. It's a conservative, invite-only dating app, very different from the other dating apps that are out there right now. You're not going to find a pronoun option in the bio. You know, we don't do that, but it will give you a chance to meet a conservative guy that you could potentially get married to one day. We don't know, but it gives you a chance to meet someone who's like-minded. It is launching nationally this summer. We want you to join. We need you to be there. Go to joinrightstuff.com to sign up, and also take a look at this video to see a little bit more about the app.
The dating world is so crazy. The other night I went out with this guy and I was like, what are your thoughts on kids? And he said, I'm not gonna have any kids. I feel like it's the worst thing you can do for the environment. Yeah, that's when I knew it wasn't gonna work out.
You know, I had a similar experience. This guy seemed normal on his profile. But when we went out, he asked, oh, do you mind paying? I left my gift card in my other fanny pack.
I didn't even get to go on my date. Sorry I'm late. You can ride on the front pegs if you want to get wild.
No one likes bad dates. Download The Right Stuff today and start going out with normal guys.
Let me just say, welcome to the Twilight Zone, folks, because that's what we just watched. You had a president totally aloof from the American people. It is the Twilight Zone. He touted a year of enormous progress. No one believes that. We need to change the law. You need to get out of the West Wing, bro. It is amazing to be here. I have come to YWLS for years, and I always say this is my favorite speaking event, and you know that it's true because when I go to SAS and when I go to America Fest, I tell them that YWLS is my favorite. I see a lot of myself in you guys, and Turning Point USA,
what I would have done to have an organization like this when I was your age. I was this kid with a rolling backpack going to debate tournaments. I like posed as a cheerleader, barely made the team, surely by the art of debate with the coach. But I was barely a cheerleader. I loved debate. I loved my little rolling backpack with all my files. That's who I was, and I did not have an outlet to go. I had no clue until I went to Georgetown, which is a highly politically motivated school, that there were other people like me. And when I look at all of you, I see myself. I really do. And know whatever you want to do in life, politics, media, and a related field, you can achieve it, because I was just where you are. I just didn't have Turning Point USA as an outlet. So what Charlie Kirk has done, he's given every young person across this country a venue to celebrate conservatism, to celebrate faith, to celebrate the values that we hold dear that unfortunately are not celebrated on a lot of our campuses, right? Well, since my first YWLS years ago, a lot has changed in my life. I had the pleasure of working for the greatest president of my lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. But since that time, a lot more has changed. And namely, what has changed are the questions that the White House press corps has been asking. I don't know if you watch the briefings. I don't blame you if you don't. I watch them on your behalf, and I barely watch them, but I watch them so you don't have to. And I brought you some of the questions from one of the briefings with Jen Psaki. This was a few of the briefings, actually. It's Saturday. This is not Saturday Night Live. These are real questions that the hardcore White House press corps decided to ask her. Could you just give us some color about what it was like for Joe Biden going into the Oval Office? He's been waiting for this for so long. What was his reaction? Never got a question like that. I would have loved it. Never did. Will he keep Donald Trump's Air Force One color scheme change? Sure, all of America was wondering, so thank you for asking, White House press corps. Can you clarify for us what happened with the president's dogs? There's been some reports that one of them was involved in a biting incident. To which Jen Psaki said, there was just one bite, but apparently we learned there were multiple bites. I'm not sure why you would mislead on something as innocuous as a dog bite question, but she did. And then my personal favorite, how about the White House cat? That was a question. Rewind. Here's what they asked me. Let me ask if I can, Kaylee, why does the president keep hiring people who are dumb as a rock, overrated, way over their heads, wacko, and incompetent? So you've used the phrase warriors to describe everyday Americans fighting the pandemic. The president's using that phrase as well. What was his thinking behind the description? And is that basically asking Americans to put themselves in harm's way like warriors do? No, I think he's just praising the American people fighting through a once-in-a-generation pandemic, but okay. And then there's this question. I went back and looked at my reaction. You see me flipping through my binder like this, and I stop, and I look up, and my mouth kind of falls ajar a little bit, because the question I was asked was, does President Trump believe it was a good thing that the South lost the Civil War? They say there's no such thing as a dumb question, but that, my friends, is a very dumb question. So I grew up in a small town called Plant City, Florida. It is the strawberry capital of the world. Is there anyone from Plant City? There's some cheers back there. But it's a great town, and I never envisioned I would go from this tiny little town to the White House press podium. It was a little surreal because I was a White House intern during the Bush administration. I was in the Office of Media Affairs, and I remember going to a press briefing, standing in the back of the room, just this young intern, and watching Dana Perino take questions. And she's fantastic. And I never knew that 10 years later, roughly, that I would be the one taking questions behind the podium. But that's the plan that God had for my life. And it happened pretty sporadically, I will say. It happened during lockdown. So COVID-19 hits the country. I was the campaign press secretary for the president at the time. And, I was traveling the country. My mom was with me, my little daughter, Blake. She was only a few months old. And I'm going to New Hampshire, to South Carolina, all across the country, all the places you'd think of in a campaign, Iowa. And in an instant, everything shuts down. So I locked down in Florida, not a bad place to shut down. You got the beach there. And we are driving in the car. My mom's driving. I'm in the back seat. My daughter's right here. and I get a phone call. And the phone call is an odd series of numbers. It was like 6342 or something like that. And I knew that when you get this weird series of numbers, it's the White House switchboard, and it's likely the President of the United States. And it's kind of a misunderstanding. People think if you're on the campaign, you must know the president so well, but not really. We had interacted a little bit before he would go on the rally stage. In fact, Charlie Kirk was at one of the rallies with me, and we got to hang out with him a little bit. That was very cool. That was back when I was with the campaign. But I didn't know him very well, and at that time, I get this call. I had talked to him on the phone maybe 4 times total in my life. Get this call, and I thought, he's going to say, good job on TV, or great job with that article. But instead, President Trump says to me, Kaylee, I have a question. I said, what's that? Do you want to be my White House press secretary? I'm like, whoa. Without hesitation, I say, Mr. President, that would be the honor of my lifetime. To which he responded something like, Mark, get it done. And I was like, Mark Meadows, go get this done. And Mark did get it done. And I will say, I was very nervous, one, leaving my daughter behind, which I will say this as a side note. I was just backstage, and I had someone say to me that a lot of you were asking about work-life balance. And I'll say this, I got this job on the campaign trail, and I thought, what better time? You're now the national press secretary for Donald Trump's campaign. What better time to have a baby than right now before you hit the campaign trail? I intentionally got pregnant, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to make both work. So for those of you in the audience who have a desire in your heart to be a wife and to be a mother, and have a desire in your heart to pursue a career if you so choose, just know they're not mutually exclusive. If you want to do both, you can do both. I'm a living testament to that, and you can do it too. But part of being a working mom is the nerves that come with it. I'm leaving my daughter behind in a global pandemic in Florida. I'm going up to the swamp. I have no clue when I will see her next. And I grew nervous about that. And I remember holding her. She was just 5 months old. I'm looking down at her, and I'm crying because I know it's one of the last times I'll hold her. And my tears are falling on her little body. And it was in that moment when she lit up with her very first smile. And it was very sweet, and I knew it was God's way of saying, Kaylee, there's something I want you to go do, and it was Blake's way, unbeknownst to her, of saying, Mommy, go do this. But Mommy was very nervous, and my husband, we loaded up in his truck, and we decided to drive up from Florida to D.C. We didn't want to be seen on a plane. I thought if the press saw me, they'd be like, Kaylee, caught on a plane, endangering the president during COVID. That would be their headline, of course. We're like, we'll drive up. So we drove up, and I'm riding up the corridor of the East Coast, and I'm nervous. I'm reading academic journal articles about how to be a good press secretary. Whoa, that's like pretty crazy. I'm calling former press secretaries. I'm calling people in the administration, trying to figure out how best to do the job. It was in that moment that my dad texted me, Kaylee, maybe you were made for such a time as this. Those are wise words from the book of Esther. And sometimes when God wants to send you a message, he will send you the same exact message twice or 3 times, and sometimes through very different people. My dad's about as conservative as you can get. Van Jones of CNN is about as liberal as you can get. And it was Van Jones who texted me a few weeks into my job, Kaylee, maybe you were made for such a time as this. And I knew God wanted me to hear that. I think it's a message he wants us all to hear. It's a message meant for each of us that we can rise to the moment, that he has a plan for us. And that was indeed the case for me. My first day, thank you, my first day, April 13th, 2020, never forget it. I walked the perimeter of the White House, which is very long for those of you who have done it. It's pouring rain. I'm all dressed up. It's my first day. I'm excited to go to the White House. Pouring rain. I show up like I have pants on and water like up to my knees, and sitting in the press secretary's office, taking this in total and complete disbelief that I've just gotten this opportunity. And I don't know how the day will progress. I don't know what it holds. And I randomly get a call later in the day from the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, Kaylee, come to the Oval Office. It was quite a moment for me because I'd never been in the Oval Office. And even though I was an intern, I'd seen it from outside, but I'd never been inside. And think about it, the first time walking in the Oval Office to brief the President of the United States before a coronavirus task force briefing. You remember those briefings? It was like the President and Fauci would always contradict the President. And, it's high stakes moment going in to brief the President for something like that. So I walk in, and I pass this grandfather mahogany clock, and I go onto the sunbeam pattern rug. It's from the Reagan administration. I sit on this gold couch, and it's across from the Resolute desk. The Resolute desk was given to the United States in 1880 by Queen Victoria. It's that desk where you can see that little opening with that iconic picture of JFK Jr. crawling through the bottom we all know. So it's that desk that I know I'm sitting across from. President comes in, and when you're his press secretary, you have to learn, how do I brief the President of the United States? He has his patterns, he has his habits. How do I fit into that? How do I be a productive part of the equation? So I'm watching him, and he has his introductory notes, and rather than focusing on the question and answer that would come from snakes like Jim Acosta, he's focusing on his intro remarks, and they're in a binder just like this small binder and slip covers, and I watch him, and he's flipping through the pages, and he would take a Sharpie and he'd cross parts out, and if he didn't like a part, he would rip it off, and then if he didn't like a part, one time I saw him take scissors and just cut the part off he didn't like. And instead of saying to his aides, like, go retype this, he really was a person who liked to do things himself, and he took his own initiative to do that. But I thought to myself, how do I prep him for questions? And I said, as he's going out to the briefing room, I go, Mr. President, I know what you're going to be asked. And he said, what's that, Kaylee? And I said, Dr. Fauci went out on television, and he said something that the media is going nuts with. He's saying if you mitigated sooner with COVID, it might have saved more lives. And we mitigated as soon as we could, as soon as we knew this virus was here, so it's being spun out of context. And he said, Kaylee, how would you answer that? And I said, I would say this. On January 6th of 2020, you issued a travel notice for COVID-19. There was not a single confirmed COVID case in the country. Not a single confirmed COVID case on January 17th. You did early screenings at 3 major airports. January 21st, there's only 1 COVID case in the country. You opened an emergency operations center. And on January 31st, not a single death from COVID-19. You issued a travel ban on China, the one your opponent, Joe Biden, called xenophobic. He looked at me and he says, go type that up. So I run back to my office, I type it up, I watch him go out there, and unlike the current President of the United States, my boss did not need notes. My boss did not need an ordered list of reporters to call on. Because my boss was the commander-in-chief, and my boss was fully with it. But that day, and that day alone, first day of my job in the White House, was the only day I saw him take that timeline and read it verbatim. And I thought to myself, job well done on the first day, until many months later I realized I think he just did that because it was my first day. But nevertheless, it was a very good moment for me. I came into the job not knowing if I would ever give a press briefing. It had been 400 days since a press secretary had ever given a briefing. I didn't know if I'd be asked to do that. But out of nowhere one day, the President says to me, Kaylee, do a briefing. And I'm like, do a briefing? Okay, I got to get a notebook together. I got to figure this out. I need a binder. I need tabs, all this. I was like, I need a few weeks here. I didn't say that, but I thought it. And I told my staff. And I'm like, he'll give me some time. And then he said later in the day, Kaylee, do a briefing. I'm like, okay, you keep saying this over and over. This is like on a Wednesday. Then on a Thursday, he says, Kaylee, do a briefing and do it before the weekend. Okay, we're going to do this on Friday. So put together this notebook with my team, and the binder became a subject of interest to reporters. They actually had a camera over my shoulder. They would take pictures of the binder. They would try to decode the tabs. They actually had a CNN headline, Decoding the Mysteries of Kaylee McEnany's Briefing Binder. And I thought we would do a head fake one day, and instead of like therapeutics, vaccine, CDC, whatever the topics were, we would do Jim Acosta, Caitlin Collins, John Carl, all the reporters' names. We did not do it. That was a very big regret. We did not do it. But we worked hard before that first briefing, my whole team. We stayed in the office till about 10 p.m. I went home. I studied the binder till about midnight. Went to bed. But more important than all of the academic preparation I did was the spiritual preparation. I woke up the next morning. I listened to a Joyce Meyer sermon about faith over fear. She's wonderful. I listened to Christian music, and I tweeted out, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, Philippians 4:13. And I get to the White House the next day. I've done everything I need to do, but I began to worry. I began to get nervous. It's only natural. And my predecessor, Sarah Sanders, she texted me that day, and she sent me pieces of advice. And her final piece of advice was this: most importantly, pray. Let God carry you through the tough times, give you strength when you don't have any wisdom. And she told me she read her Jesus Calling devotional every single day before her briefing. And I said I would carry on that tradition. She sent me her Jesus Calling devotional from exactly 2 years prior, May 1st, 2018. My first briefing was May 1st, 2020. And her devotional said this: you are on the path of my choosing. There is no randomness about your life. As you give yourself more and more to a life of constant communion with me, you will find that you simply have no time to worry. But I worried a lot that day. To the point of being in tears in my office. So 2 p.m., I'm supposed to be at the podium. I am crying in my office. My assistant runs in. You can't be crying. You got to stop this. I'm going to put your parents on speakerphone. So she got them on speakerphone. We prayed together. I went to the private West Wing bathroom. I got on my knees and I said a prayer. And I went back to the Oval Office dining room. It's just off the Oval Office. And President Trump was there, Jared Kushner, Mark Meadows. Vice President Mike Pence was there. He motioned towards me with praying hands, said he'd been praying for me. And when I walked to that podium, I kid you not, I had gone from tears in my office to a total and complete serenity that was inexplicable by anything I did. And I can tell you why I felt that serenity, like I had been there my whole life. It is because Christians across this country, probably some of you, prayed for this administration. And I want to personally thank you, because those of you who prayed for us, we felt it, and I felt it that day, and I want to thank you for that. But I've not just seen Christ work in my professional life. I've also seen him work in my personal life. I had a health challenge growing up. I had the BRCA2 genetic mutation. I still have it. It's a gene that puts you at about an 84% risk of breast cancer and a 23% risk of ovarian cancer. And it was in October of 2009 that a doctor looked at my mom and said, you should take this test to see if you have this gene. I was a senior in college at the time. And he said, I can pretty much tell you you likely have this gene or a gene, because we had 8 extended aunts in my family that had breast cancer. So my mom takes this test. I go in, I talk to her. She's positive for this gene. She immediately decided, and this is not every woman's choice, but it was her choice, to have a preventative double mastectomy that would remove her breast tissue. It was considered a very radical choice at the time, though her doctor encouraged it. But in 2009, this was before Angelina Jolie had come out with her story of having a similar gene and making the same decision. So when my mom did this, a lot of people didn't understand. There were people in the community questioning what she did. There were people in my family saying, are you sure you want to do this? But she decided, she was resolute, that she wanted to have this surgery. And I remember showing up in her hospital room after having this surgery and looking at her, and she looked so frail and so gaunt and weak. But this weakness that I saw physically really belied this internal strength that she had to make a decision that was best for her, that was best for her health, despite the pressure of some. And I looked at her and I thought, wow, that is a strong person. That is a strong woman. That is someone who made a decision. And I want to make a decision right now, and I want to go take this test. So I left my mom's hospital room, and I decided to take this test. And it was Christmas Eve when I got the phone call. Out of nowhere, I'm just a college kid waking up late, ready for Christmas. And unknown number calls my phone, and I decide to answer. And it's my doctor waking me up. And my doctor said, I regret to inform you that you've tested positive for this genetic mutation. I started crying. I go downstairs, and in my kitchen is my dad. And my dad hugged me right away. And he said, Kaylee, you know your weakness, and now you can combat it. You know your weakness, and now you can combat it. And those words stuck with me. And for nearly a decade, I did that. I, every 6 months, went in for ultrasounds, for mammograms, for MRIs, and engaged in this aggressive surveillance. And I would go into Moffitt Cancer Hospital and cross paths with these brave, incredible women, some of whom were going through chemotherapy. It's about 250,000 women a year who are affected by breast cancer. And I'd go in this room for an MRI or an ultrasound, and I'd be the youngest woman in the room. It was mainly women who were about my mom's age. But I passed these heroes, these valiant women who fight breast cancer each and every day. Luckily, I had many false alarms during those 10 years and many scary moments of finding a lump or a bump here or there. But as I wrote previously, my 20s had been a blessed decade free from the ravages of cancer, but not from the prospect of it. And I decided I didn't want to do this surgery until I found my husband. I went through the treacherous dating world, so I empathize with whoever asked that question about men, because some men leave a lot to be desired these days, I will say. But I met an amazing man. I met him on Twitter, actually. So you can meet people on Twitter. He's a great guy. He's a loving husband. And after getting married, I decided, 10 years after finding out I have this gene, to do this surgery myself. And it was May 1st, 2018. May 1st, and it occurred to me when I was giving a speech a few weeks ago, May 1st is a pretty significant day of my life. And I didn't even realize it, having a mastectomy or doing a press briefing. So May 1st, 2018 was the day I decided to have this surgery. I was only able to do it because of the women who came before me, like my mother. I was nervous again. The night before, the doctor told me I had to stop eating at midnight, so I went to a hockey game where I knew they had an all-you-can-eat buffet. Like, this is perfect. I'm going to gorge on ice cream. I'm going to gorge on pizza. I have to stop eating at midnight. So I do that, and I go to bed that night. I journaled. I was very nervous. I wake up the next day. I get ready to go to the hospital. And the day I had anticipated for so many years, for 9 years, had finally arrived. And my sister, who's here somewhere, was with me when I went to go pick out my outfit for my surgery. And she held up a pair of socks and said, "Kaylee, look at these linen socks." And I said, "Oh, those are amazing. I have to have those. And I have to wear them the day of my surgery." I don't know if any of you have seen the show This Is Us. It's a great show. And there's a doctor in the show. And a man basically is having twins. His wife's having twins. And one of the twins is lost and one survives. And that's as I remember it. Basically, he lost a child that day, and a doctor said to him, "I like to think that one day you'll be an old man like me, talking a young man's ear off, explaining to him how you took the sourest lemons that life had to offer you, and you turned them into something resembling lemonade." So I put on my lemon socks, I go to the hospital, I go to do this, and the only way I was able to do it, once again, if you're sensing a trend, was because of my faith in Christ. I listened to a song on my way there. There's a mountain here before me, and I'm going to climb it with strength not my own. He's going to lead me, or the mountain beats me. Carry me through, carry me through. And when I was in the surgery room, once again, I went from nervousness, I went from fear, to a total and complete peace. And isn't that what the Bible tells us? The Bible tells us when we bring our worries, our anxieties to Christ, that He will give us a peace that defies all understanding. And when I was in the podium, when I was at that hospital bed, I can tell you that's a peace that I've experienced probably only 2 times in my life, and the most nerve-wracking moments in life, but it's a peace that is real. And when I wake up from surgery, I look down and I was like, wait, I look great. And I looked at my mom and I go, that was easier than an 8-on-1 CNN panel, because I had previously been at CNN being pummeled by 8 people. So I said, that surgery was much easier than that, and it was. And I think it's important that we share these stories in our life, these moments in our life, professionally, personally, where faith carries us through. Because I will tell you, my dad said to me growing up, he said, "What's your worldview?" And I used to look at my dad and say, "Worldview? What do you mean, worldview?" And I didn't quite know what he meant until I went off to college, because college has gotten way worse, by the way, where you guys are than where I was. I went to liberal schools. I encountered liberalism, but what I see many of you encountering on your college campuses, it defies logic, it is blatant leftism, it is indoctrination. And when I went to college, I brought this worldview with me. I was a Christian, I was a conservative, these were my firmly held beliefs. They weren't going to be changed, but I did want them to be countered. And so I chose to go to Oxford University for a year because I wanted to learn the art of debate. And I knew at Oxford I would have that opportunity. Unlike in American universities, at Oxford you write a paper, you have to read it out loud, you have a tutor, otherwise known as a professor here in America, and you read it out loud to the professor, and she or he will stop you and say, "Why did you say that? What's your source for that? Why would you ever think that?" It's a very intimidating environment, I will say. My first tutorial is set in a graveyard, appropriately. It was a graveyard church that they had turned into a library. And I climbed this 12th century staircase, this little winding staircase, and I get to the top perch of the staircase. There's my tutor waiting for me. And I read my paper, and I'm like, is my voice shaking right now? Is that how scared I am? And indeed, my voice was shaking. And she annihilated me, literally ripped me to shreds. I left in tears, yet again, if you're sensing a trend, left in tears. But that tutor, she had a different worldview than me. She was a former member of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. I'm a Western, Israel-loving, conservative Christian. But that professor became one of my favorite professors because she countered my views. She didn't change them. I still have those same views, but she countered them, and it made me stronger, and it made me better. Because what does 1 Peter 3:15 tell us? But in your hearts revere Christ as Lord. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. But the second part of that's important. The second part of that's very important. But do so with gentleness and respect. And that is what we need to do on our college campuses. We have different points of view than most people on our college campuses, although there are a lot of silent conservatives that you might not realize. But having grace under fire is the answer. How do you change hearts? How do you change minds? Having grace under fire. It was actually another person on the left, which, by the way, some folks on the left might end up being your greatest mentors. Van Jones was certainly a mentor to me. So was the late Alan Combs. There used to be a show called Hannity and Combs, and he was the counterpart to Hannity. And he texted me one night after watching me on a CNN panel. And he says to me, Kaylee, I want to tell you something. I go, what's that? He said, remember, don't fight fire, because I had a lot of fire coming my way. 8 people, the host, yelling at me. Don't fight fire, fight fire with water. And that was such sage advice. And I learned to do that at Oxford, and I learned to do that at CNN, and I learned to do that with hyenas like Jim Acosta and Caitlin Collins and others yelling at me, having grace under fire. And there are challenging moments, but it's something that we're commanded to do and we should do, and it's something that comports with biblical truth. Proverbs 15:1, a gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Galatians 5:22 through 23, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. So when you ask me how I could stand at the podium, and I get asked all the time, it's one of the top questions I'm asked, how could you be so calm when there's a Playboy reporter in the back corner screaming over you at all times? And my sister, who's here, I got home from the campaign trail one night, and she asked me to watch this music video. It's a Christian music video. So I watch it, and this is the answer to why I could remain cool under pressure and why you on your college or high school campuses can do likewise. There was another in the fire standing next to me. There was another in the waters holding back the seas. And should I ever need reminding of how I've been set free, there is a cross that bears the burden where another died for me. There was another in the fire. But now is the time for you all to be bold and courageous, because unlike any time in my lifetime, and my parents tell me, unlike any time in their lifetime, I think the values that hold our country together are under attack. And when I say the values that hold our country together, they're in our seminal founding documents, life and liberty. At the heart, when you look at all of the issues going on, the economy will change, it will go up and down, but at the heart of our country is life and is liberty. And those two values have never been so at risk than they are right now. You look at the issue of life. We are on the cusp. You've seen that leaked Alito opinion. We'll see if it ends up being the opinion and thus the law of the land. But the Alito opinion in the Dobbs case would roll back Roe v. Wade, which has been a great scourge on our nation. Roe v. Wade, when you look at that opinion, legalizing abortion, federalizing it essentially, Roe v. Wade, 62 million babies have been killed because of the scourge of abortion in this country. That is 1/5 of the United States population. 62 million people not with us, their potential never realized. And when you look at the White House, Jen Psaki was asked, is a 15-week-old baby a baby? 15 weeks. A baby has arms and legs. Baby has a heartbeat. A baby is moving rapidly. Trust me, I've seen the ultrasound. A baby's eyes are closed, and the baby can sense light. A baby is a baby at 15 weeks, but the White House would not say that a baby is a baby. We are one of 7 countries in the world right now, one of 7, that allows abortion after 20 weeks, elective abortion. As John Roberts pointed out to us, the Chief Justice, that puts us in the good company of North Korea and China. Think about that. America is the pariah of the world when it comes to our abortion laws. And that might change, and I hope it changes. And when I was in church the other week, and this was just before that leaked opinion came out, I prayed that God would influence the hearts and the minds of these justices to rule with justice, with righteousness in their heart, with fairness, and according to the law. Because as Lawrence Tribe, a liberal scholar, said, this is a verbal smokescreen. He's a liberal. He said, Rose, a verbal smokescreen, the substantive judgment of which is nowhere to be found. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late justice, had criticized Roe v. Wade previously. Polling shows that the American people are on our side when it comes to abortion, when you look at second trimester and third trimester, and putting us in line with the rest of the Western world. And what it comes down to is this. It is not a woman's right to choose. It is a baby's right to live. That's life, but you also have to consider liberty. Religious liberty has never been more under attack than it is right now. A great organization, if you want to read about the state of religious liberty in our country, is First Liberty. And they call it First Liberty because religious liberty is enshrined in our First Amendment. The very first liberty written about in the Bill of Rights is religious liberty. And religious liberty, when you look at a case pending before the Supreme Court right now, Coach Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, this is a coach, and he's been fighting this for years. I got to meet him several times, actually. All he did was walk to the 50-yard line. He was a coach, a football coach in Washington, and kneel silently. He didn't say under God. He didn't ask the other players to come pray with him. Now, some of them chose to do so on their own accord as they saw him doing this. But after the game, he walked to the 50-yard line, he took a knee, and he was fired because of it. His case is currently pending before the Supreme Court. Looks like he's going to win it. Another encouraging thing. COVID-19 has tested the bounds of religious liberty. California, they were rebuked 5 times, California alone, 5 times on the issue of religious liberty. In the most recent case, Tandem v. Newsom, California was trying to regulate private prayer gatherings in people's private homes. They were trying to regulate that. But thanks to President Donald J. Trump and the justices he's appointed, they were stopped. Our country's under attack right now, but thankfully, the tides are changing, despite the president, who, as my dad said, is a lost ball in tall grass. Thanks to the judiciary, I'm very encouraged with the direction that we're going in. But now more than ever, with these values at stake, we have to speak truth, the truth that has happened in your life. And for me, I learned that truth in my Southern Baptist church and in the halls of my all-girls Catholic school. And my faith became real to me when I walked down the aisle at my church and I gave my life to Jesus Christ. That's when I became a Christian as a young girl. But it did not become real to me until I had just left college. And I left college, I'm living in New York City, I'm all alone, I'm really depressed because guys were terrible. I'd go on one date and they'd never call you back. It was very lonely. They say New York City, there are millions of people in New York City, but it can be the most lonely place in the world despite having so many people around you. And I was feeling that. And one day in particular, I was so upset, I was feeling depressed, I was feeling low. And so I tried to call my mom. She was busy doing something, she didn't answer. I'm in my bed and I'm so upset, probably the lowest I've ever felt. And I get a call, unknown number. I decide to answer because I'm like, I'll talk to anyone right now. I answer and they said, this is the Journey Church. We feel like we need to pray for you. How can we pray for you? And that's a church I had attended a few times in New York. And I don't know who that person was. Still to this day, I don't know that person that called me. But I can tell you, when I cried out and said, I need you, he showed up. And he showed up via someone who I'll never know their name. But it made such a difference in my life. And, during the 40 minutes we've been here talking, I've told you about 3 calls. There's the call from the President of the United States saying, will you be my press secretary? Pretty exciting call. Then there's the call about the BRCA2 genetic mutation, a pretty sad call, knowing that I had this gene. And then there's the call that changed my life forever, from this person who I don't know, who ever since that moment, I've never had a doubt, I've never had a question. I've just known that God is real, and when I've reached out to him, he's shown up. But this is my faith walk, and this is my story, and this is my journey with my Savior. And we've got to be bold and unequivocal and courageous in sharing all of our stories, because there is someone out there who needs to hear your story. There is someone out there who needs a call just like I did in that moment. And whatever you've gone through in your life, share that. Tell it. Be bold about it with your friends on your high school campuses, on your college campuses. Because make no mistake, Luke 12:7 tells us, indeed, the very hairs on your head are all numbered. Don't be afraid. You are worth more than many sparrows. Think about that. He knows the number of hairs on your head. That's how special you are to him, how individual, how unique that he knows the number of hairs on your head. Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. We're at a crossroads. We are, as I've said. And the same way that my dad and Van Jones said to me, you were made for such a time as this, I want all of you to know that you are here for such a time as this. And I'm not posting on my phone right now. What I am doing is thinking that we should end YWLS the same way we ended it last year. Do any of you remember? Yes, so we're going to go live, if I can even remember how to do this. Here we go. Let's see. Going live. If I can even remember. Here we go. No, this is my story. What am I doing? Let's see, guys. Go down where? Let's see. Does someone want to come up here and show me? I'm clearly having issues. Man, I'm getting old. I'm 34. Oh. We're ending it this way. And I do lives. That's the sad part. Here we go.
Hopefully the Wi-Fi works.
We're live, I think. We're live. Hello, everyone. I just had a very blonde moment up here live on stage trying to start this live. But here we go. I'm at YWLS. You're about to see the most amazing group of women, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. It is the only organization for young people, conservatives, amazing women. This is the future of our country you're about to see. These are future press secretaries. These are future commentators. I think there may be a future president in this room. So, without further ado, meet the women of YWLS 2022. Here we go, guys. Thank you, everyone. Hillary didn't break that glass ceiling, but I think we have a woman in here who might just do that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Thank you. Real quick, I just wanted to say thank you all for being here. We all hope that you guys had the most incredible time, made some incredible friendships, started a chapter. Want to thank all of our Turning Point staff that work so hard to make this happen. It truly takes a village. But I also want to thank our events team, especially Sarah, Michelle, and Morgan. If you ladies want to come out here real quick. We've had some leadership changes recently. Morgan is our incredible strategic director. Sarah, right here, will be taking over my previous role as admin director, and Michelle as a senior manager. So proud of you ladies. Thank you for everything. Yes, please just take your flowers. Yeah. Thank you guys all. Safe travels home. And I think Charlie wanted to come out and say a few words as well.
Hello. Okay, and we have to honor Lauren as well. We have to honor Lauren. You're the best. Good job, everybody. Good job. All right, everybody. Who here thought this is the best YWLS yet? What? I mean, how awesome is that? Thank you for being such amazing partners and attendees the last couple days. It's just awesome how engaged and how enthusiastic all of you are. Lives were changed these last couple of days. The testimonials are just coming in. We love to hear your stories. You can email them to us and communicate to us. And again, we want to encourage you and tell you, start a chapter. Get on your high school campus. Get on your college campus. We have the staff there to help you. We have our Student Action Summit coming up in the end of July. And I'm telling you right now, you look around this room, there's something special and magical happening in our country. And it's going to take all of us to continue to act with courage and boldness. All of us together, and it starts with the young women in this room of Turning Point USA. God bless all of you, and we will see you at the Student Action Summit. Thank you.